Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Like, as I hit play, as I hit record, Lord Mom was like, hey! And I'm like, oh, so I wanted to respond to her really quick. You know, try to be a good son. I know I suck at it. But, I do at least want to make the attempt, right? Hey, Cycloud. Hey, Tuxedo Brain. Well, I'm going the wrong way. Mirrored. For no reason. Hi, Ross. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I literally... Oh, whatever. We... Well, let's get our rupees back really quick and then get out of here. There we go. Alright, let's get out of here. Hmm. Yep, nope, we're good. Let's get out of here. You know what's funny? I know where every single item is in LTTP by heart, by memory. I couldn't tell you how to get probably even half of the heart pieces in this game without actually having a walkthrough. Hey, NTC. Well, that's kind of why I brought it up. I'm sure some people know this one quite well. I mean, I've only 100%ed this game like twice ever. Once on the N64, with a walkthrough. Once on the 3DS. Well, twice on the 3DS, with a walkthrough. Hey, Dieselage. Hey, Anditty. Whoop. Yeah, randomizers is why I know where every item location is in LTTP. You kind of have to if you do randomizers as much as I do in LTTP, and I do randomizers way too much. Now I do kind of want that heart piece, so we are going to go ahead and try for this one more time. What the hell, Jesse Ward? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun. What I mean is, like, I'm picturing you being like, wait, that's my phone! And they're just like, come on, we'll get your phone later. But that's... But... Hey, Michael. Welcome back. We're about to go to the present? Future? Whatever. I'm trying to get a heart piece really quick, though. Come on, let me pick up the damn cuckoo. This is the hardest thing to do in the entire game, right here. Just picking up this frickin' cuckoo. Hardest thing to do in the game, right there. Not even joking. There we go. Got it. Okay. So it's kind of flipped. I'm trying to remember where everything is here. That doesn't look right. This way, I think? Yes, yes. Here, there it is. I see it, I see it, I see it. There we go. There we go. Be gone. Ah, cool, Valvedrix. Oh, yeah. Shortcuts. Another plus to gameplay. By the way, I gotta warn you guys, this game's gonna get a whole lot of pluses to gameplay. I know, shocking. I don't think it's gonna surpass Twilight, but then again, we've never done an audit run of Twilight, so who knows. Thank you, Timeline Luke, as always. Much appreciated, thank you. I will put that towards Deadly Premonition. Remember where the heck I put that document. It's right here. It's right here. I hid it from myself. That's what I did. Yeah, the other day, Robostall, I had someone sub for their 60th month, I think it was. And I was just like, good lord. Like, I don't know about you, that just wigs me out a little bit, you know? Like, wow. Why have you been following me for this long? Jesus. Oh, we already have them, don't we? Whatever. Did you not hear me tell you that about my niece? Were you not here for that, Ross? Alright, here's where I'm going to screw it up. Right here. This is it. This is it. I'm going to screw it up. Yeah. Screw up mode engaged. Or I could do it first try. So, I recently introduced her to Cadence of Hyrule, Link's Awakening, kind of, and Hyrule Warriors 2, and technically 1, but mostly 2. She's really been digging it. She absolutely loves playing that. In fact, right now it's our current that's what we're playing together game is Hyrule Warriors 2. But she is absolutely fallen in love with the Cuckoos. One of the things she likes to do, like, so I drive into the drive, when she sees me coming, she rushes out to give me big hugs, and it's awesome, and it makes my day every time it happens. To be, you know... There's something about being wanted, you know? Either way, so she rushes out like, hey! And then she'll go like this. She'll be a cuckoo. And I have to avoid her. And so she'll, like, get in the way, and I have to, like, dodge around her to make sure I don't touch her. Because if I do, then all the cuckoos will attack me. It's extremely cute. Oh. Now I gotta figure out how to pronounce this. Give me a second here. Oh, she is cuteness personified. If I could weaponize her cuteness, I would conquer the world in a day. She is my baby girl. I think that literally just says metal. That's what I'm thinking that name says, is metal. It's just a stylized M. Right? Am I right? Either way, thank you for the sub very much. If you happen to want to put that towards a specific game, please let me know. Hey, I was right. I'm not terrible, sometimes. Now look at it. Look at it. Metal. Let's see if we can do Epona really quick. I think we might be too late. Or too early. I might be able to make it. Sorry, I'm doing it again. Here. It's actually faster to do this. It's harder to do this in the 3DS version, though, because you have to hold directly back, and if you screw it up, you do this instead, which is actually slower. But looks like it can be one of several things, period. Either the username is admin with the password of password, comma. There is no username, or the password is password, comma. The username is admin, and the password is printed on the router label, comma. And that's all I've got, period. I used to, Fuzzy Duck. I used to do the child link category, or whatever it's called. Child percent? Something like that. I love speedrunning, but it is so time intensive. So, that's one of the reasons why for most of my categories I would pick something that isn't actually beating the game, but is instead doing a portion of the game. So yeah, I would call time the moment I picked up the Ocarina, excuse me. So wish me luck. This is a little RNG. I'm actually gonna just be looking at the screen for this one because I want to make sure that I get it, because I kind of want my third bottle. First two are always easy. Then the third one usually throws me. Well, there's two. There we go. That's funny, Valvatrix. I actually rather enjoy the Master Quest version. It's just part of why we're streaming it. But also because... no, I don't want to marry Malon. Although, statistically speaking, we probably do marry Malon if you think about it. It's either that or we marry the Ruto. No, seriously, think about it. There's evidence for both, believe it or not. Oh god, the freaking puppy race in Majora's. We're gonna have to do that, because, yeah. Oh, jeez. I don't think we have to finish that. That's just for Heart Piece, isn't it? I don't remember off the top of my head, but we're gonna have to at least show it off. Bare minimum. Anyways, evidence for us marrying Malon. Twilight Princess. We start off on the distant farm town. Evidence for marrying Ruto. Most of the Zoras, especially of the royal family, are slightly more humanoid than normal in Twilight Princess. Could be a stylistic choice. They also have the strong bonds of connection with them. Oh, and also the armor, which we get from them. So, take your pick. An opponent doesn't like us. Come on, teach me the damn thing. There we go. I mean, it's easy to understand why people would want Link, so that doesn't really bother me all that much. He's kind of a catch, you know? And before you say which Link, all of them. Actually, I have seen that Robo-Stall. I'm probably gonna get the big Goron immediately. Because, yeah. I'm also going to get a couple more Skulltulas. I don't remember how many it is. How many is it to the wallet upgrade? Because I kind of like to get that. And that's probably as far as I'm going to push that. 10. That's what I thought. Let's go ahead and push for that. So, can I get the heart piece here right now? God, I don't even remember. Again, I don't know 100%ing this one nearly as well as I do certain other ones. I think you're right, Jesse Ward. I think you're right. Because in a normal playthrough, even when I just was replaying this for fun back in the day, on the N64, my most common thing was I would beeline for 10 gold Skulltulas, and then, you know, just kind of ignore the rest. Like, yeah. Alright, so this way. 15 seconds is kind of bad, actually, for me. Although I do have the high-quality thing turned on. I don't know why I'm calling that a thing, it's just the quality I'm streaming at. Is it not? Oh, it's in the far corner, isn't it? Yeah, it is, okay. So, thoughts on negative for... effectively for guidance and flow, is what this would boil down to. Because, let's be honest with ourselves, getting some of the bonus things in this game are really esoteric. You know, all the heart pieces and Skulltulas. It's a problem a lot of games of this era had, really. There it is, I think. You can tell. There it is. Yep, nope, I was right, I was right. I've actually thought about turning down the stream quality, but technically I shouldn't have to. As weird as that sounds. Like, supposedly, maybe they just don't do it anymore. Supposedly Twitch is supposed to be able to, I forget what it's called, sample me down, so that people who, you know, don't have as good a connection should be able to see it smoothly. Transcoding, I think? Transcode it down? Hey, Valerian. So they do actually do it. Okay, so they're still doing it, so that's good to know. Because, yeah, I stream at 1080 60 FPS, so... with the max bitrate that is available. I can handle it. I'm on Google Fiber. That's why I live here. Anyways, to answer Ross's question, it is a monumental pain to stream 3DS games. Give you an idea. Last night, I did my extra hardware test to make sure it worked. Didn't work. Screwed with it for a while, got it working, cool. Wake up this morning, set it up, didn't work. It's just... oh my god, streaming 3DS is just... there's a reason I'm streaming off of a literal 3DS. For those of you wondering, so I've got custom firmware in this thing, right? Which is such a hassle to set up, I'm not even going to run you through it. It's like a 30-step process to get everything lined up perfectly. Anyways, once that custom firmware is set up, I have to grab some custom software, which I then grab onto the 3DS. And what that does is that sends it to my router. So I'm technically streaming to my router. Then I have a completely separate program. I actually have two separate programs on my computer, which pulls the data from the router. And that's what you're seeing over here. And that's how I stream 3DS. God. Oh, it totally sucks. This isn't even ideal quality. It's just, this is as good as it gets. There were a couple people who made actual 3DS capture cards, you know, physical cards. Problem is, they aren't super reliable, and the soldering broke down, and I'm not even 100% sure how to fix it. swear there's one up on the house somewhere. Whatever. I actually still have my 3DS with a capture card built in. It's over there. Doesn't work anymore. It's broken. Also, by the way, they don't make those anymore. The original guy who made them in Japan, well, there was some legal issues, and there it is. He went bankrupt. So, the only ones you could find now are ones that people have, you know, from back when he actually made them. Nobody else is making them anymore. Streaming from a regular DS is actually impossible for me, S.A. Ross. No, seriously. I actually literally cannot stream from a DS right now. I have to emulate. There is no other option. It's okay, I own the games. Just, you know, DS emulation is pretty decent, though. 3DS emulation is not. 3DS emulation is pretty crappy. That was my backup option. I actually do have a 3DS emulator, a Citra, just in case. But it drops sound and its controls are wonky and it likes to stutter a lot. Not ideal. So, kind of avoiding that unless I have to. I swear there's another Skulltula on the wall somewhere here. Oh, there it is. I think. I guess I should be looking at my screen instead of my preview pane. Yep, there it is. I mean, Citra works, and it's the nothing, you know, it's in case everything else fails option. But that probably says all it needs to about my opinion on it as far as reliability goes. Okay. What are we up to? Oops. I need 4 more Skulltulas. Let me think. Yeah, I hear that too, Robostall, and with one exception, I don't get any of those complaints. That would be kinda bad, Trihexia, but I could probably think of many, many worse things. Mario Party isn't that bad. We all just meme on it. Exactly, Ross. In fact, when we do the Zelda block, that's going to suck too, because there is a 3DS Zelda game we'll be playing for the Zelda block, Link Between Worlds. And that's going to suck. Because we'll be doing it the exact same way. I don't have another option. Alright. Yeah, let's go do that. Actually, new plan. Gold Skulltulas are for making my wallet bigger. Yeah, Kakariko has 2 that I know of. But I know there's several in Kokiri I didn't pick up. So we're gonna go do that really quick. And you'll notice that it's nighttime because I bothered to save and quit during nighttime, so we don't even have to do anything here. So pick up this one. Let's see, where are you? Where are you? There you are. Where's the other one? Do you remember where the other Skulltula is in Kakariko? I'm sorry, not Kakariko. In Kokiri. I know there's another one here. Hey, Cyric. Yeah, probably... at current pace, probably say Thursday-ish. Most likely. Is it here? I know there's another Gold Skulltula. Among other things, it's actually on the map. No, I don't think I did get the one behind the shop. Well, there's the... Oh! It's a bug spot, isn't it? It's a bug spot, and I don't have any bugs right now. Never mind. Yeah, I've heard several of my viewers despise the 3DS version of Majora's Mask. Which is funny, because I have the exact opposite opinion there. I will admit, the one thing the 3DS remake did that I consider to be worse than the original is the eyeball thing on the bosses. I don't know what they were thinking with that. It's just a weird thing they decided to do, and it's weird and creepy and weird. I got nothing. Alright, whatever. Let's hit Kakariko, because I know there's at least 2 there. Yeah, someone actually asked me if I would play the N64 version of Majora's Mask, to which the answer is absolutely not, no. The quality of life changes and the control changes alone are reason enough to play the 3DS version, even though it's a bit more of a pain to stream. Yeah, Majora's Mask on the N64 is held together with spitwire and hope. I don't really mean that as an insult. It is a miracle what they managed with that on the N64, but no thank you. See you around, Jesse Ward. Get some good rest. And tell them not to take your phone this time. God. I don't know if I would say Majora's easier, but then again, I'm the wrong person to ask that. Not super familiar with the N64 version. In fact, technically, I've never played the N64 version of Majora's Mask. Very technically, though. How could that be, Lore? Well, I'll tell the story there, but since it's brought up now and I've got nothing going on anyways while I'm looking for Skulltulas, once upon a time, there I was. Young me. And, what I used to do in the N64 era, I've talked about this a few times, is I used to rent a game before I buy it, because duh, right? There are very few games I bought just on faith. Quest 64 was one of those games. Lesson learned. So I rented Majora's Mask. Now, for those of you who remember Majora's Mask, or who have played it, I want you to picture how that game begins. So I put that game down and never looked back, because I hated it. Years later, and I do mean years and years and years later, like 7 years later, something like that. It's quite a while. I was in a completely different state, in a completely different living circumstance, and a completely different everything. And I happened to have a GameCube, and I was going through one of the local, used game shops, and they actually had, it's in fact the one I have right here, it's the one I showed off earlier. They had this. And so, the first Majora's Mask I ever played was on the GameCube. Now, that is the N64 version, that's why I say it's technically, but this was the first time I ever experienced Majora's Mask. Now, I'll tell this story when we get there, but I didn't even finish the game that time around, because it just wasn't catching me. It was just such a pain to play through. I finally just put it down and said, screw it. Then, the 3DS showed up. The 3DS version of Majora's Mask is the first time I actually liked that game. Make of that what you will. And that's why I'll defend it, even though I don't quite get some of the decisions they made. I will agree, some of the decisions they made were just weird. But, at the very least, I can enjoy the game finally. So, yay! Now, if they release it on the Switch... Oh, for God's sakes. And no, I am not, Cyric. So the 3DS version of Majora's Mask has a fairly large number of quality of life features that it adds. I don't have a list in front of me. Obviously the controls are rehashed, the interface has changed, the very nature of how you save is different, you are given more options to control and alter time, stuff like that. It is, in simple put, it is more of a quality of life game. Or, I'm saying that wrong. They put more quality of life changes in the game than the N64 ones. Stuff like that. I mean, I'm kind of with you, Cyric, as weird as that may sound. Like, you know me. I feel like you shouldn't hold back to change stuff, really. But I also think you should try to change stuff for the better. So, quality of life changes, and controls, and all that, the interface stuff. Yeah, sure, that's for the better. Awesome. Why did you change the jumping puzzle in the water Deku area I can't think of the name of? Why did you make it so that you can't actually do this particular platforming trick in the water area? Why did you change every boss to be weirder? It's just bizarre, you know? It's one of those times I wish I could reach out to developers and literally just ask the question, so why'd you do this? But anyways. I would believe you, Robostall, for you are truly insane. I mean, the place where you live is truly insane. Yeah, you know me. I am absolutely unhesitating in my willingness to change things. Anybody who's seen my Trek rewrite work knows that I have no hesitation about changing stuff. But the whole goal is to change it for the better. There's a reason I have that term, proper remake. Yeah, I wasn't even going to bring up the Zora swim thing, because that's probably the most obvious change. Admittedly, I don't know Doom Rider, like I said. I am not that familiar with the original. I never even beat the original. No, that sounds insane to me, Robostall. Why are Nintendo products so expensive? Good loud. I do remember being very stuck in the moon dungeons on the 3DS version. Very, very stuck. Although I have more memories of the Goron section than the Zora section, but whatever. Import taxes. Now, there's a topic I could go off about. For a long time. Yeah, probably metal. I mean, Lord knows the Wii Waggle thing was a mandatory aspect of design for a while. Hey, we're up to 10. Perfect. But, you know, while we're here. Whoops. No. Come on. There we go. Yay, the curse is weakening. I gotta be honest. Being cursed to turn into parcel spiders would be pretty terrible. There we go. Had to hear that at least once. Okay, got the wallet. So, we're talking about differences between versions. I think the Ocarina of Time, unlike Majora's Mask, I think the Ocarina of Time version is almost universally superior to the original, because there's very few changes they make that I think detract from the original. There are a couple. One of them is the change to the dungeon under the well, which is just kind of... I'll point it out when we get there, because it's not too far off from now, but they made some weird changes to that dungeon. Two big ones I remember distinctly from the top of my head. For right now, let's go get run over by Ganondorf, who will sing something about salsa and suave. I don't know. Excuse me. That's funny, Siren. So if you're paying attention, we've seen Ganondorf twice before now, which is an interesting approach. They make sure we know who he is and why he is, but we haven't actually met the character yet. Quite a few works of fiction do this. They let you know who the villain is before they actually introduce the villain, is how we should probably phrase that. Usually the point of that is to make it so the actual introduction has more impact. And of course, you know, so we can have moments like this. Yes, it did, Fuzzy Duck. Ah, lost her. You over there, little kid. You must have seen the white horse gallop past right now. Which way did it go? Answer me! Ha! So you think you can protect them from me? You've got guts, kid. You want a piece of me? Very funny. I like your attitude. Pathetic little fool. You realize who you're dealing with? I'm Ganondorf, and soon I will rule the world. Good morning, Blue Wind. I am Ganondorf, and I will... That's how he just greets the morning, you know? He gets up every day, looks in the mirror, says, I am Ganondorf, and I will rule the world. Oh, it's on this side, isn't it? Because everything's mirrored. Yep, there it is. Also... No! I can't tell you how many times I've lost a record to my speedrun. Just screwing up getting that, because that's my time. That's when I cut off the speedrun. You might wonder, why there? Well, that's a good question. I could cut it off when that cutscene we just saw starts. That's not a terrible idea. Maybe I'll do that sometime. If I ever get back to speedrunning. Haha. A very minor point I always kind of liked. Whoops. Come on. Every song you learn as a child is repeated notes. Right? It's just 3 notes repeated in a pattern. Every song you learn as a child is like that. The temple songs actually start varying that up and having more complex melodies. I'm pretty sure that was done on purpose. Well, the good news is there's no snake bosses in this one, Robostall. It is required by law that I go show this off. Actually, we're going to do this first. But then I'll go show it off. I want all your money. Give me all your money. So, my niece has been playing Zeldas. I feel like I've said this already. And one of her favorite things to do is to go out and cut the grass to get rupees. I'm not joking. She just enjoys doing that. Now, I was talking to her while she was doing it, and she was like, yeah, no, the neighbors, they actually paid me. They've hired me to cut the grass. And I'm like, well, how do they pay you? How do they actually reimburse you for that? I was like, well, that's why they hide the rupees in the grass. That way they know I've cut the grass, because the only way I can get my payment is by actually doing the job. I thought that was pretty clever of her. Favorite Link other than Wind Waker Link is probably Twilight. If I were to guess. So yes, required by law. He might actually already be gone. It's really easy to miss him. Oh, there he is. Are you the boy from the forest? I finally met you. I have something to tell you. Ganondorf, the Gerudo King of Thieves, betrayed our king. Zelda's attendant, Impa, who's only cooler in the Hyrule Warrior series, sensed danger and escaped from the castle with our princess. I tried to stop Ganondorf's men from chasing them, but the princess was waiting for a boy from the forest. That's you! She wanted to give something to the boy. If you received it from the princess, hurry to the Temple of Time. Ugh. And then he dies. I've talked about this before. We actually discussed this for like 5 minutes during the lore run. I'm pretty sure this guy was supposed to be somewhere else, and he got moved here during development. What I don't know is why they kept him here during this particular remaster, but whatever. Hyrule guards are notoriously terrible. See Twilight Princess for a full discussion of that. Hey, Azrael. What's up? Worst Link other than the CDI Link? And other than the cartoon Link? I'm going to default to Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 Link, because he's just kind of there. Probably Ross. He is there in the 64 version as well, yes. Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. Yeah, that's right. No? Alright, I need to do the Song of Time, duh. Which is, this one. Yeah, no, in my opinion, Ocarina is one of the Zeldas that is Or, I'm saying that wrong. It's one of the classic games that holds up. You know, one of the classic games that is still a good game today. Because you know how it is, right? There's classic games that you could see why it was a classic and you could see why it was popular, but it really hasn't aged well. And then you've got classic games which are still just as enjoyable today. And I think this is one of those, my opinion. It has its flaws, don't mistake me. I mean, I've already given this game 4 negatives, and I'm probably giving it a 5th. But I agree, LTTP holds up quite well. Although I haven't reviewed it, and I haven't played it without randomizing it in years, so that may be an invalid opinion. Now, Mario 64, that game sucks. Ugh, I spit upon it. Honestly, GoldenEye is a good example of a game that was a trendsetter, and it was... They pushed a lot of what you could do technologically. I mean, Rare always pushed the envelope, right? But how much it's aged? Or how well it's aged, rather? Plot twist. Oh, I agree with that, Azraphale. Absolutely. Even Twilight Princess, which is my personal favorite Zelda, is not what I would call a 10 out of 10 game. Worst Zelda to live in, and you have to endure the game? That would either be LTTP or Breath of the Wild, I would think, for the same general reason. I mean, I thought that in FF6 too, Robosdoll. I mean, one of the things I've always found weird is that everyone praises Wind Waker and tends to dislike Twilight. I mean, I like Wind Waker, but for me, Twilight just crushes Wind Waker like a bug. Especially when we went back through the lore run, and it was just... The seams in the design for Wind Waker, the rushed nature of Wind Waker was so obvious. I mean, before this we had Final Fantasy VI internal system error, so... And Final Fantasy II, if you want to go that far with it. I would agree with that, Ross. Ganondorf is much more of a character in Wind Waker than he is in Twilight Princess, which is a shame. I know exactly. What's really funny to me, we reviewed the Wii U version of Wind Waker, which had reduced padding. It was still padding. It was still just, oh my god. Yeah, here's hoping that Breath of the Wild 2 is finally going to do something with Ganondorf. They've sat on what could be an excellent character for years. And they keep, like, poking at character for him. They keep, like, dipping their toes into the water. And then, yeah, it's too cold. They just back away from it, you know? Wind Waker is probably as close as we've ever gotten to Ganondorf being a character. And even that, if we're being completely honest, isn't much. Yeah, the Great Sea, which I remind you was improved in the Wii U version, was still kind of... Yeah, Ilia just sort of stops being in the game at a certain point, which I agree is very strange. Yeah, in Twilight Princess, it's just like, here's Ganondorf. Okay, cool. Actually, yes, S.A. Ross, it is. It would have to be funded, obviously, but we could bake it into the Zelda block if we wanted to do that. Hi, Zelda. Spoiler alert, sorry. One of those weird changes for the 3DS version. I forget the specifics of what they did, but they made Sheik look more feminine so that it would be less confusing that she's Zelda. Anyways. See, if I might defend myself, Azrael, I am unfairly maligned. A lot of people think I am anti-romance. Those people are wrong. I am anti-Hollywood romance. I am anti-badly written romance. That's the kind of crap that pisses me off. You get a good romance in a game, and I'm all for that. Or a show, or a movie, or whatever. Tom and B'Elanna in Star Trek Voyager. 100% in favor of that, you know? Great romance. Probably the best romance in Trek. It edges out Tucker and T'Pol because Tucker and T'Pol descended into unnecessary will they won't they in Season 4. So, yeah, no. Link and Ilya, I'm with it. Although I do kind of prefer Link and Zelda in Spirit Tracks. That was actually a really adorable little kind of young love kind of a thing. One moment, please. Wow, that's a new one. I figured that was a scam because there's always telltale signs. But so the voicemail I just got just now was, huh? Hello? Oh, sorry, I got your voicemail. I'm going to pretend that I'm actually a person and not a recording that said this into a voice box so that it's a recording. It's just an automated recording. It's a scam recording. But they tried to make it sound like it was an actual person who actually dialed the number. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I get your voicemail. That's cute. Anyways. So audit. What is an audit? I'm trying to think of the simplest way to put that in normalized terms. Let's say I've gone through and I've counted all of the red jelly beans I've got amongst a bag of jelly beans. And I've come up with the number 438. And I'm like, hang on a second. Why don't I go and recount that just to be sure? That's an audit. It's checking your work to try and keep it up to date, make sure it's accurate, and to get it up to code. Does that make sense? I hope I'm describing that decently because I'm terrible at explanations. Audit runs, therefore, are when we re-review a game we've already reviewed to kind of get it up to code, to try and catch it up. Because everything after Oblivion, we're cool with. That's all codified. Anything before Oblivion, well, we hadn't quite solidified our system yet. We were still developing it. This scene's awesome. And, I think I already... Yep, nope, yeah. So we previously gave this a positive to story. Yeah. No, this is a great scene. This is a great moment. The lack of music, the wind sound effect, the change of lighting, the re-deads in town. This is awesome. This is actually one of my favorite moments in the whole game from a narrative perspective. It's just such a... right in the face. My only complaint is whether... This sounds so pathetic. I kind of wish the whole world was as screwy as this. It's not. Once you leave Castletown, the rest of the world's just kind of normal. Yeah, I know that they're frozen over in the Zoras, and they've got a dragon on the loose, but you get my point, right? I was kind of hoping the whole world would be a lot more dead, in a similar vein to this, to indicate the horrible future that has come in Ganondorf's rule. See the Lion King. Yes, we're now grown up. 17, I think we are? Something like that. I've talked about this before. These redeads are specifically coded not to freeze you. They're the only ones in the game that have that special code. They're technically a different enemy. Yeah, Kakariko is actually livelier. Oh yeah, let's show this off, because we gotta show it off at some point anyways. As a kid and an adult, I always assumed these were the former residents of town. They are not. I still prefer that idea. Whatever. There's Ganon's tower. It's okay, Carwelis. I think Majora's Mask is going to review pretty well. Honestly, I don't know, Robostal. Now, obviously, okay, so let's talk brass tacks here. Obviously, they hadn't really designed Ganondorf as a character yet all that much. Ganondorf was only invented for LTTP, and even that was really threadbare. So he was barely being fleshed out at all in this game, in Ocarina of Time. It wouldn't be until Wind Waker that they actually added some degree of backstory and characterization to him. Which I bring all of that up, because from what we know now, this makes no sense. The Ganondorf that we know would never be okay with this kind of situation. Actually, yes, Blue Elf Alex, we never see him. But they specifically talk about the thief Ganondorf and the team of people he went with to go capture the Golden Power and all that fun stuff. And there's a specific point in the story of LTTP where they stop calling him Ganondorf, and they say, no, Ganon, to signify that he has stopped being Ganondorf. Which is a cool moment. But anyways, point being, this, you'd think that the Ganondorf from the Gerudo Desert would not be okay with this state of affairs, right? But again, that wasn't invented yet. Anyways, what is my opinion on the Hyrule Warriors games? Well, I 80%ed Hyrule Warriors 1, and I've been playing Hyrule Warriors 2 with my niece. That should probably answer you. Well, that's an interesting question, Internal System Error. What's the difference between Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker? Would be my answer to you. Now, if you don't get the point of me bringing that up, there's actually several different ways to look at that. And that's the point. There are several different ways that can be interpreted or perceived, depending on your perspective, depending on your interpretation. Hang on. Yeah, I must have missed it, Savacom. I'm sorry. How do I know the redeads in town aren't former residents? So I don't have it in front of me. But I remember several years ago, I was looking up interviews for the lore run, for the Ganondorf Trilogy lore run. And I found a specific comment from one of the developers that flat out said, that's not the townspeople, that's just redeads. And they said that because my theory that they were townsfolk was a fairly common one. Most people presumed that. So, they were like, no, it's not true, and so forth and so on. Do I think it's a good idea to make Epona completely optional? Yes. Mostly because, unlike, say, Twilight Princess, there's not a lot of benefit to Epona in this one. Not really. Oh yeah, I have the song, don't I? Just realized. I could just do that. Like, imagine if Epona was optional in Twilight Princess. That would suck. Or Breath of the Wild. You know, imagine if you didn't have I call it traversal mechanics. That would suck, right? It's okay, now we're going to meet someone who has essentially enslaved his former partner's daughter in order to make more money on it, in order to try and impress Ganondorf to increase his station. Because we all know Luigi is pure evil. Wow, that does not like that. There we go, there we go. Exactly, Blue Elf Alex. Epona is not optional in Twilight Princess. Now, because what happens in Twilight Princess is you've got the tutorial for her right during the intro stuff. Then you go and you go wolf and blah 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 blah. But if you remember, when you get to the overworld for the first time, she's being chased like the goblins are like holding on to her, and she's being chased through the overworld field, and you have to go stop them and then get her, and it's like, hey, and we get Epona back. Woo, pose for the camera, and then you have Epona. It's put in your way in a very direct manner. As opposed to this game where you have to go out of your way twice in order to get Epona. Oh my god, it's Waluigi. It makes so much sense! Oop, I didn't mean to hit that. Whatever. I was actually thinking about that Azrael, because you're right. It's impressive, but it's also kind of boring. Like, it was clearly a tech demo thing, right? Hyrule Field was them trying to really stretch what they could do with a single cell on the N64. And it is impressive for the N64, but it's also, as you say, boring. What I'm more likely to do is to not give a positive for several things I normally would, such as overworld design and doodad utilization, both of which are kind of lacking as a direct consequence. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Yeah, whenever we review Breath of the Wild, that game's getting a positive for overworld design. Because, holy crap, that game's just a treat to go around in, my opinion. Ah. Twilight Princess we'll have to debate. I'm pretty sure Twilight Princess was another absence of a positive situation. I have to do this a second time to get him to race with me, don't I? I think? I don't remember. Yeah, we'll have to debate the overworld in Majora's Mask, too, because I don't remember it that well. As I've indicated, I've only really played Majora's Mask the one time. Two times. So, this is purely from memory, Ross, but I remember loving Link Between Worlds. It was the right mix of trying to cater to nostalgia, but it was doing its own thing. Like, anybody who looks at Link Between Worlds and says, it's just LTTP again, is a moron, and hasn't actually played the game. They did a lot with that game. Hey, Hazardous. So we're going to save in case we run out of rupees. Do this. I never remember it, so we're just going to do it this way. Yeah, Breath of the Wild's plot, and that's what we're going to call it, is pretty lacking. I actually really like Zelda and her story in Breath of the Wild, but I apparently am the only one. Everyone else is like, her voice actress sucks and she's terrible and I hate her, and it's like, okay. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. So I'm going to pay attention to the game here because I have a really bad habit of storing this up. And I don't have any good excuse for it. I just suck. So we're going to use the abuse physics strategy. You know, you don't have to beat your horse constantly, Luigi. Jesus. I know. The first one's easy. Sorry, Waluigi. Waluigi. Okay. If I get in the inside corner, I'm usually fine. And now that I've said that, I'm going to fail. He likes to sway a bit to try to get around me. Nope, we're good. Sorry, Hazardous. Okay, so I don't even know if you could do this in the 3DS version, but one of the things that used to bother me is it took me forever to jump over this fence right here. Like, it just takes so many attempts for me to jump over that fence, and it's like, oh my god, it's such a pain. I know I said this during the lore run, too. And I was just like, oh my god, why is this so hard to do? You're not supposed to. If I actually manage it, I'll show you what I mean. Even if I don't manage it. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Nope. Okay. They might have just made it so you can't do it in the 3DS version. I don't know. So yeah, if you do jump over that fence, what happens is you see this cutscene. And as a kid, that used to confuse the hell out of me. Like, why are we jumping out there after jumping over that fence? I was so confused by that as a kid. And by kid, I mean I was like 15 at this point, but whatever. Epona get. So there are actually a few secrets on the overworld here on Hyrule Field, but all of them are in the vein of that a little bit too hidden problem we talked about earlier, which we're already debating for a negative. I am super not going to hunt the pose. I've only done that twice, and I'm never doing that again. Where am I going? Town. We're going to town. Can't do that in this version. Oh, I know the one, Baron. It's a lot easier to do in this because of the gyroscope aiming, but still, for me. So, I think it was Savacom asked earlier, where's all the villagers? Well, here they are. If you pay attention, pretty much all of the NPCs that are in the castle town are now just here. They have evacuated to Kakariko. Oh, right, I need to... whatever. Who's she voice in Ruby, Ross? So yes, they're all alive and well, and not re-deads. Sigh. I don't think I even know who that is, Ross. Okay, so let me think about this. Can I do that now? Nah. Let's just go. What does she say to do? Well, okay, Hazardous, go ahead and kill me. It's okay. I accept. I always knew I'd be killed over my opinions about video games. Because it's got to be something really stupid, right? I do like the laugh of the pose. I always have. Okay, I'm flipped. So I think it's over here? No? No, it's got to be over here. This one, I think? Maybe? Yay! I was right. Yay for memory. Okay, so this is another thing I always screw up. Especially on the N64 version. Sadly, Dampe is not ripping people's souls out of them. Sadness. Yep, whatever. Now I'm gonna die at something really stupid like the frickin' Bokoblins all the way to the Forest Temple or something. So let's go ahead and do this. I want that there. And we're gonna want that there. We'll go ahead and put the shortcut there. And we'll leave the other one for right now. Moblins, Bokoblins, Broglins, Groglins, Joglins. I don't know what they're called. And I don't care. Deadlands, that's what they're actually called. Yeah, by the way, what we just did is actually mandatory to progress the game. So, whose is this your favorite song? No shame, I'm just curious. Go around. Man, I freaking love this town. Grr, I'll never forget what happened that day 7 years ago. It's all that Ocarina kid's fault. Hey, look, it's an Ocarina. Let me teach you this song. I'd say yes if you like Link's Awakening. It's worth noting it is not a remake. Let's be very clear about that. Link's Awakening on the Switch is it's a good port. But it is a port. Let's just be very fundamentally clear about that. But if you like Link's Awakening and you want, you know, a polished version of it, then yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, you can talk to him again. He's like, oh my god, you did it again! Let me just get up. Yep, whoop, yep. Okay, there we go. Go around. Does anybody get that reference, by the way? I'm just wondering. Go around, go around. Man, I frickin' love this town. Who's this frickin' guy? What's this thing and why? Yeah, but it's not a remake, Typhons. At best, it's a remaster. At absolute best. And even that, I would say, Although I guess the difference between a good remaster and a good port is pretty small, so... Excuse me. How do I define a remake? Mario 64 on the DS, Final Fantasy IV on the DS, Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 4, Pokemon Pokemon Leaf Green, Pokemon Heart Gold, Pokemon Omega Ruby. These are remakes. Right. What about Fire Red? I mean, I did just say Leaf Green, but yes, Fire Red would also qualify. What's the difference? I don't know how to say that without just going into details. I was actually at Earth Tavern. Because I'm getting my terminology screwed up, Wolf Alex. So... a remake is when you take the game and you actually fundamentally change it in a way that is designed to improve it. A proper remake is when you succeed at that task. So a remake is... I mean... ignore graphics for a second. Throw graphics out the window because they don't matter. Graphics has nothing to do with whether a game is a remake or not. Look at Gen 1 Pokemon versus Gen 3 Pokemon, because that's where they did the Leaf Green and the Fire Red remakes, right? Completely overhauled battle system, completely changed how many of the moves and the Pokemon work, changed how the very stats worked in order to update them to Gen 3 stuff. Adjusted it so that you had entirely new content, which was exclusive to that version, which you access and have the new islands and the new story. Blah, 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 blah. It's new, it's different, it's better, it's more. That is a remake. A remaster is the same thing, but touched up. And a port is the same thing and not touched up at all, which is why I screwed up my terminology earlier. So yeah, Link's Awakening is a remaster, but it is not a remake. Because it's just the same game again, with very, 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 very few differences. Probably the biggest difference in the Link's Awakening remaster is the fact that... I'm going the wrong way. Is the fact that the screens aren't cell-based, so it's not screen, screen, screen. It's just, you know, an open overworld kind of a thing. But that doesn't really change the gameplay that much, so it doesn't really count for much. Meanwhile, Blue Wind is leaving. No! We're losing Alphys. It's funny, Alphys doesn't show up till Chapter 4, but she has a lot of dialogue. Okay, so let's see how much I remember this, because I have nothing to go by for this now. And it's the flip of what it should be. Okay, that's not it. Let's just say it's the reverse of what it should be. Or flipped, mirrored, whatever. It's mirrored what it should be. So we get eaten by skulls, like you do. It's gotta be this way then, yep. And then there's... Get out of my way. Actually, yes, that's a good comparison, Azrael. I mean, I'm with it, don't mistake me. I'm actually in favor of good ports and good remasters. But I'll take a remake over a remaster any day of the... Well, let me walk that back. I'll take a proper remake over a remaster any day of the week. Okay, really? Of course I did, I drink from a hand. But, I hate to say this, I've never had any hope for that game. I'm always weirded out when people say, "Aren't you so excited for Dragon Age 4? No. I am not. Terrible game remakes. Well, there's Lufia on the DS. I'm sure someone in chat could tell you about that one. Excuse me, yeah, it's specifically Lufia 2. There we go. Okay. A little fact. The hookshot one-shots him. I didn't know that for a long time for some reason. Admittedly, I'm one of those weirdos who likes remaking stuff, but then again, I like fan fiction, you know? I mean, I'm remaking Star Trek, for God's sakes. Like, the whole thing. So I'm the wrong person to ask that. This also goes to what Blue If Alex just said. I'm not sure there's anything I wouldn't remake, you know? See the aforementioned Star Trek. Hey, Mr. Red. I do hope you had some fun. Alright, that's fine. Let's not waste any more hearts. Yeah, by the way, I hope you like the moblins here, because this is kinda it. Okay, fair enough, Azrael. I do have enough confidence in my own abilities to admit that I probably could do a better job than what most people do, but then again, my goal is not to sell, my goal is to make as good as I can. And those are two different things. Let's go and burn this. Yeah, Mario World. So you've challenged me now, Blue If Alex. How would I remake Mario World? Mario World's a simple game, but near perfect, as we've shown recently. Like, that is a ridiculously well-crafted game. So how would I do a remake of Mario World? So the easy answer is we really mess with the boss fights, which I think are probably the weakest part of that game. Effectively pulling a card out of Yoshi's Island's book and just kind of doing those style of boss fights, you know, really stretching with it. But the problem is that is kind of cheating. It always throws me. He did it again! Come on, dude. There you go. Hey, what's up? Maybe touch up the graphics of Mario World to kind of be at the level of Yoshi's Island. You know, more shading, more complex palettes. You've kind of stumped me on this one, Blue If Alex. There's not much to change about that game. I'll give you that. The flow of time is always cruel, unless you control it. That's the next game, though. I mean, yeah, exactly, Azrael. It's like, what do you do to Mario World? You could touch up a couple things, but at that point, it's just a remaster. How would I remake the first Mario Brothers? Oh, that's easy. There's a lot to fix there. So, everything. That's how you remake Mario Brothers. Just completely overhaul that sucker from word go. More power-ups, more variety to enemies, different styles of bosses, completely overhaul the level design in every stage. Just, yeah, in other words, you already caught it. Super Mario Bros. 3. That's how you remake Super Mario Bros. 1. I'm not joking. Mario Bros. 3 is a proper remake of Mario Bros. 1. We talked about that just a few weeks ago, or days ago, or whatever. So, we need to give a plus for fast travel. I just realized that. Most Zelda games actually are going to get that plus. Nah, probably not, Cash. Nobody's gonna watch that film. Ooh. I mean, I'd like an FF7R1 style remake of many things, but then again, I actually really liked FF7R1. Now, it had its flaws. Don't mistake me. Oh, come on, am I too far away? There. But, yeah. This is my favorite song in the game. My biggest complaint with FF7R1 can be summarized by a single word. Dungeons. Or if you prefer, I can also use the word padding. I can also use the word pacing, because it's kind of all three problems in one. The dungeons in FF7R1 kind of sucked. They were very padding-y, and it completely destroyed the pacing of the game. Hey, Kitsune God. Let's go with that. There's a lot of these guys in this version. Alright, let's see here. You know, you say that, Ross. I'm not sure how much I agree with you, though. FF7 did have at least one extremely well-designed dungeon. In fact, it's one of Square's better dungeons ever, in my opinion. That should be enough. I do agree, however, FF7 Original did have several dungeons. The problem was FF7R1 had, like, nothing but dungeons. I swear to God, they just had a mandate to make the game X length. Nope. Oh, almost made that happen. And as a direct consequence, every single dungeon in FF7R1 is just way too long. And there's not much going on, too, so it really does feel like... Let me phrase this way. Let's say that they designed the dungeon to be this long. This many encounters, this many puzzles, this many platformings, whatever, right? And then they looked at that, and what they did was they did this to it. And so this is what they did to almost every dungeon in FF701. And that's why I said padding or pacing could also be the word to use there. Because it just drags the game down to a slog. And then it's like, all right, awesome stuff. And then, hang on, I gotta do another dungeon. Ugh. Hang on. Hang on, let me just... And you can't tell, because you can only see the upper part of me, but I'm trying to... Have you ever moved through snow that comes up to your waist? Right? Like, you ever push, and you're, like, slogging through snow that comes up to your waist? You're like... That's what it felt like. I love that game to death, but God, that drives me bonkers. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so this took me a lot to get working, Kitsune God, so I'm worried because tomorrow it might not work again. We'll see. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. So let's just cut that one off there. There we go. So I'm sorry, Pika, I actually meant to answer you. What would I change about Mario Odyssey? Nothing. That's not true. The only things I would change about Mario Odyssey is I would get rid of the amiibo functionality and just bake it into the game. Just a minor change. Then I would go ahead and change two specific moons. The volleyball moon and the jump rope moon. That's it. That's what I would change about Odyssey. That being said, I could add even more story to that game, but, I mean, that's duh. You could add that to any game. Would I remake Smash Bros. Melee? Oh yeah, first I'd add a campaign mode. There's that story thing again. Would I change about Chrono Trigger? You know, I've never actually thought about it. I know, weird, because I've actually put significant amount of thought and effort into what I would change about several games, but I've never thought about Chrono Trigger per se. Chrono Trigger is something I'd build up to. That being said, I could think of several story things I'd probably shuffle around. And one thing I would do, no insult intended to anybody who likes Chrono Cross, but one thing I would do is completely divorce it from Chrono Cross. 100% remove it from Chrono Cross's continuity. Just done. That is probably the single biggest change I'd make to Chrono Trigger. Oh, I already have one. God, pay attention more. Yeah, Chrono Cross is and should be its own thing. Balthazar's plot notwithstanding. Would I change anything about the Breath of the Wild? Oh yeah, tons of stuff about Breath of the Wild. You'd have to ask me when we actually get there, though. We'll review it. First thing I'd do is I'd change the weapon durability problems, of which there are multiple. I've actually said several times I would be okay with making it so that Chrono stays dead, and I stand by that. This is a remaster. It's a good remaster. I would say this only does, I think, 2 things worse than the original. And one of them is literally in the final boss fight, so we won't talk about that for a while. Well, the problem... So, okay. On the off chance you've never heard me rant about this, the problem with the durability in Breath of the Wild is it's not one problem. It's not like it's just, the durability sucks, because there's plenty of games that have durability and make it work just fine. The problem in Breath of the Wild is there's 3 or 4 different mechanics which all make durability worse. Every single one of them, so they all kind of compound each other, right? So, there's the durability itself. Okay, that's the first problem. It has far too few health. There's so little health to weapons. There's no repairing weapons. Replacing weapons is kind of a variable thing depending on either RNG or specifically seeking it out. You have very limited inventory size. And you can accidentally throw your weapons without really meaning to, which instantly destroys them. All of these things combined make the durability problem. Now, how would I fix that? That's easy. Dying Light. How many of you have actually played Dying Light? I imagine the answer is none of you, but I'm curious. So, Dying Light has durability for weapons that you have to get off of enemies, that once you break them, they're gone forever. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that sounds horrible, right? No. So what Dying Light does, which is kind of awesome, every item in the game has, let's call them 3 lives, okay? Now, it can have 3 to 5 lives, depending on the weapon. But what that means is you go through the durability of 1 life, and then you have to repair it. You burn a metal to repair it. Boop, 1 life gone. You go through the durability, and then you go through the durability. Then it's actually broken. So you've got 3 repair chances to keep the weapon around, right? Now, hang on, it's even better. Because once you're, at any point in time, you could break down a weapon into metal, which you can use to repair other weapons. So if I happen to pick up a weapon I really like, I could turn other weapons into repair material for that weapon. And I have, I've got other things that I can modify it to increase how much durability it has. So I can modify a weapon I like to increase durability. I can break down a weapon I don't like to get items to grant durability. And because it's more of a gradient thing, and it takes a while to actually fully 100% break a weapon, I'm almost guaranteed to get a new weapon, at least of the style I like, if not as good stats, before I completely lose my existing weapon. Bam! Same basic system as Breath of the Wild, really. but a few specific changes that turn it from a massive negative into an actual positive. And that's what I mean about the multiple problems thing. Okay, fine. Come on. Also, yes, I do mean Dead Island 2. I'm actually looking forward to Dying Light 2, speaking of which. I'm full, right? Yes, I am. Okay. Be free, little fairies. Me too, Kitsune. Me too. In System Shock 2, the durability is a system that I don't remember. I don't remember it having any issues with it. That's the thing. Durability... In a lot of games, durability is neutral. It's a wash, right? Because it's just there. Fallout. Oblivion. It's just there. It's a way to serve as a gold sink. That's actually its purpose. Games that actually use durability properly tend to be positive for me, like Dying Light, but I've got another example for you. Resident Evil 2 Remake. Resident Evil 2 Remake, and probably other Resident Evil games as well, have a system where the durability is actually a function of the game. You are going to run out of those uses of that knife, but that's because that knife allows you to completely avoid a zombie bite, for example, or just an encounter. Oh, wow. He's just gonna murder me, aren't he? Jeez, back off, dude. Come on. You can just get right over my shield. Good lord. That guy hurts, too. Oh, yeah. I have a note in my notes to note about the notes. Give me 1 second here. I want to give a shout out to a YouTube channel called Save Data. Or Save Data. Save Data has an entire series on the music of Forest Temple, Fire Temple, Water Temple, Shadow Temple, Spirit Temple. He also does some stuff for other things, but I'm specifically shouting out those 5 things. Those 5 videos are worth a watch, and I absolutely recommend them. He actually... So, you know how I've talked before about how I'm a middle-level analyst? It's because people like him are what I call deeper-level analysts. When you could do an entire 15 to 20-minute video on one song, that's more of a deeper level analysis than what I tend to do. And the construction and making of the music in this game is actually fascinating to learn about if you're interested in that sort of thing. Anyways, what Kingdom Hearts games would I change? Other than all of them, I'd have to think about that. Let's see. All of them? Yeah, let's go with all of them. In all of them, let's just make all the changes. All of it. Listen, Robostall, it's okay. I understand. I am not entertaining enough to be worth your entire time. I admit that. I accept that. So, does the dungeon design of Master Quest serve as a separate positive? Absolutely. These are, in every way that matters, separate dungeons. It is actually the reason we're doing a Master Quest playthrough. Otherwise, we would be done by now. If that makes sense. We wouldn't even be playing Master Quest if the Master Quest dungeons weren't different, you know. No, not the ball thing. What's different about the Master Quest? So, obviously, enemies hit twice as hard, and everything's flipped. But the big thing, the really big thing, is the dungeons are different. Probably not, no, Hazardous. Now, if he made a 1 hour, 20-minute video on, one quest in Witcher 3, yeah, that would be a deeper level analyst. But what you're describing sounds more like at my level. There's also surface level analysts, which I do periodically, depending on how not versed I am in something. Occasionally, my YouTube commenters like to insult me by saying I am nothing but a surface-level analyst, and those people can go to hell. Anyways, Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I'd change Chain of Memories. Duh. Oh, no, absolutely not, Ross. But that's okay, because you literally can't access the Master Quest until you've beaten the game. So, let me think about this for a moment. So, Master Quest Deku Tree is the 10th dungeon in this game. If you think about it from that perspective, if you realize it from that perspective, it makes it line up a lot better. Because it is the 10th dungeon. You've just beaten Ganondorf's Tower, start a new game, and then you do the Master Quest Deku Tree. And it is designed with that mentality in mind. What's interesting is this changes the difficulty curve a little bit, because effectively the difficulty curve in Master Quest doesn't really move. It just goes up, and then it stays there for pretty much the entire thing, because you're already at the top, right? You're like you just said, Ross. You're already familiar with everything, so it just stays the same level, which is fine. I'm actually with that. It's just interesting. I don't even know who that is, Azrael, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm worthless and terrible, and nobody cares about me. I got used to that years ago. Years and years ago. Bosses do not take more hits. Enemies do not take more hits. Enemy patterns are not different. Enemy placement is substantially different. So, I don't know what the coding term is for it. The biggest... Okay, that's true, Ross. The, terrain is unchanged in each dungeon. But everything else is. So everything that isn't static. Everything that isn't part of the ground, if that makes any sense, is different. The ground itself is the same. I also don't know who that is, Hazardous. No, it really is true, Azrael. It's okay. I really have come to grips with the fact that I'm a tiny little niche corner of the internet. And I'm okay with that. It only depresses me periodically. I mean, think about the alternative. I could actually be popular. That'd be terrible. I do give a specific and detailed answer to it, Walker, if that makes you feel any better. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Baron, I'm not doing a rumination on this game. Because I already have. Pretty much every Zelda game has gotten a rumination, so I'm not doing one for Majora either. Thank God for that. I'm already behind on ruminations. Okay, so that's that door. That's that. Nope, no proper remake rumination. We're good. Yeah, exactly, Robostall. I wouldn't be able to respond to your comment right now. It has to be that way. Oh, okay. Let's see what I'm missing. I did do a Link Between Worlds room. I pretty much did a whole Zelda series. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna need the bow and arrow for that. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with the Zelda rooms. One of my biggest character flaws is my ambition, I will admit to that. I am ambitious. But in this case, I'd be okay with not actually succeeding, for lack of a better way to put it, in terms of viewer count, because nobody gives a damn about viewer count. That doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, right? Well, on the plus side, Azrael, that's probably literally never happening. Then and Now was kind of a doomed series from the get-go. Why can I not move this? Alright, whatever. Because, first of all, it relies on another person who has a full-time job, who can't really devote any time or effort to that. And second of all, they were not very popular videos. So... it's like the role plays, which were also axed. See you around, Robostal. Get some good rest. Alright, I'm just gonna look it up. Horace Temple. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay, I've got to be missing something here. So I moved that. Yep, and that's over there. Where's the other blue? Where's the other blue? Yeah, there was... so, Lore Reloaded was recently approached by someone. Ah, I see. And they were like, hey, we'd like to... this is funny. We'd like to, you know, think about sponsoring you to look at a, you know, do a sponsored video. But the thing is, your viewer count on this specific video is just too short. And that, more than anything, showcased just how stupid those people were. So allow me to say, with total sincerity, do not buy the Star Trek game, the Star Trek mobile game, because the people who are on the marketing department of that game are idiots. Is that? Yeah, no kidding, internal system error. What's really funny is I actually have a lot of Twitter followers. You wouldn't know it because I usually get an average of like 30 or so responses to any tweet I post out. But then again, I also do nothing but post out, you know, announcements like, hey, we're streaming this, and that's it. Because I don't do Twitter. Well, usually there's some kind of salvaging team whose entire job it is to do that, Dr. Winter. Well, someday, Azrael, I do hope to be actually doing well. Just not there yet. Yeah, the only person I follow on Twitter, one person I follow on Twitter, is Gilgabot, so I can do 4-Job Fiesta. That's it. So, okay, what the hell? The actual walkthrough says climb up the blue block, push the orange block. Why can I not push this? I'm actually confused here. What am I doing wrong? I mean, I'm kind of a shy person, too. I was actually playing Just Dance with my niece just this last weekend. And you're probably thinking, that doesn't sound shy. It took some convincing, because I'm not very good at dancing anymore. I used to be. I actually used to dance all the time. Ever since my leg broke, I haven't really been what I'd call much of a dancer. So, that was not something I was particularly enthused about doing. What in the world? Anyway, sorry, Pika. Do I like the ending of Ocarina of Time? Yeah, absolutely. It's a great ending. It's probably going to get a positive. Do I think Zelda makes a very stupid decision? No. I think Zelda makes a very wrong decision. But she had no way of knowing that, right? Like, she had absolutely no way to understand the sheer raw implications on 2 timelines that her decision would have. Right there. So that's where the block is. In fact, this is the block right here. Oh, can I pull this? I can pull this. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got it. Well, my niece is quite convincing, but what's funny is she didn't have to convince me of anything. I just said, no, I'd rather not dance with you. And all she said was, oh, okay. And she got all discouraged. And that's all that took. I could not disappoint my niece. That was not on the table. So I danced. The good news is I am in good shape, especially with the nose. Okay, we're found. We're found. We have successfully unstuck ourselves. Okay. Yeah, she didn't really have anything to do with the third timeline. And let's be honest with ourselves, the third timeline was always the writers just BSing us. I've said that before, and I'll say that again. The third timeline is nonsense. We didn't even cover the third timeline other than to discuss it in the lore run. Because why would we? Boop. Boop. See you around, Baron. Oops. Yeah, the third timeline has nothing to do with anything. It's there so they could explain away why those games exist, and that really is the only reason. Did I miss? Hang on a second. What's funny is, I'm sure plenty of other people who had theories about this, there's plenty of ways... Oh, we got a shortcut. Yay! Shortcut get. There's plenty of ways to have made the other games fit in the two timelines. Several people, including myself, who were doing timeline, theory crafting, whatever people, figured out plenty of ways that Zelda 1, 2, LTTP, and etc. would have fit within the two timelines. But no, we have a third timeline where they're just over there doing their own thing. For some reason. So, worst enemy in the game or worstest enemy in the game? God, that pissed me off for us. Although it's still not the thing that pissed me off the most about it. No, what pissed me off the most was the screw-up I made. I hate getting information wrong, especially in a lore run. It was just an honest mistake. It was just me screwing up facts in my head, but still. The whole point of a lore run is to be informative, not to be wrong. Which timeline is Breath of the Wild? Well, that's obvious. It's on its own timeline and has nothing to do with anything. That's the answer. I don't care about the compressed timeline theory. That's dumb. I mean, I suppose it's worth noting that smashing timelines into each other is something that canonically happens in this series. The ending of Majora's Mask covers that, and we'll talk about that when we get there. Alright, so I gotta be a little careful because I don't want to fall and have to redo all of what I just did. No. There it is. I used to think of stuff like that all the time, too, Azura. You should hear one of my original theories for how the FF's connected. My original, not very well thought out theory. Oh god, what was the order? It was something like, it was like, it started with 1. It was 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 7, 8, 10. And then 6. And I missed 4 in there. It's I missed 4. Where does 4 go? 4 goes somewhere in the earlier ones. Something like that. Anyways. Come on. You know what's funny? I'm very pro-continuity. Anybody who knows me at all knows that. But I would prefer to have no continuity than to have bad continuity. And some people don't seem to understand that. Like, I've had several people say, why don't you think the FF should be connected? Because they weren't designed to be connected. Because the only way you could shove them together is to graft them together. Crudely. Now, if the FF's actually connected in a good and intelligent way, done. Absolutely. Hell yeah, I'm with it. But they don't, and they're not, so... Yeah, you're absolutely right until it's just a mirror. There is a difference between a negative to story and an absence of a positive to story. Even though both kind of affect the score the same way. Listen, Cashel. Just because we were just talking about Zelda continuity 3 seconds ago doesn't mean that you can make fun of me. Come on, game. There you go. God, those hit hard. One down. Well, that's not the most insane thing I've heard today, Kasha, so I'll give you that. I just realized this is one of the first times I've done this in quite a while without the Bigoron. Because I have Epona. I could go get Bigoron right now. Come on. Well, that sucked. That took way too long. And now we've got 2 of them again. Let's see if we can do that a little bit quicker. Or that, well, I mean, we do have a fairy, so that's technically quicker, because now he's vulnerable to a counterattack, which we're going to do. I should be looking at this screen to do this. Come on. There we go. Okay. We good. Let's try this before we do anything else. Oh man, I haven't played Shadowgate in decades. You got the bow. It's kind of awesome. No, you're right, Pika. Alright, let's go kill us some Poes. Pose or booze? Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm gonna go with booze, but only because of the RPGs. The RPGs just do so much with the booze as a people and a culture and characters, and it's just kind of generally awesome. God, yeah, I'm used to fighting these with the big Oron. This is weird. But yeah, if we ignore the RPGs, I'll give you pose. You can tell I'm used to the big Oron because I'm attacking from too far away. What I'm probably going to give a negative for, Dr. Winter, is the camera. Not so much the lock-on. Oh god, Maniac Mansion. I never actually beat Maniac Mansion back in the day. And I had a guide, too. Well, I had Nintendo Power, which had a few things wrong. Look at that, what you will. Silver Gauntlet we get in the place that isn't here. Hang on a second. Where do we get the Silver Gauntlet? There we go. Yeah, Nintendo Power got made mistakes often in their guides. It was very frustrating. And Spirit Temple. Thank you, Spirit Temple. Couldn't think of the name of the damn place. No, the Gold Gauntlet we don't get until basically Ganondorf's Tower. Like, we go into Ganondorf's Tower, get a thing, get the Gauntlet in there, and then we use that to get the final health upgrade just outside of Ganondorf's Tower. We also get the Reflect Shield, which has no use in this game other than a few specific puzzles, which is a bit of a shame because it's a cool concept, but, you know, a lot of Zelda games do that. One of my favorite items in Twilight Princess is the spinny thing, which, aside from its dungeon, doesn't really get any use in Twilight Princess, you know? Thank you for the bits, Azrael. If you happen to know where you want to put those, please let me know. It's the slow way, because we're dumb. Yeah, the ball and chain, which should be like the best weapon in Twilight Princess. I mean, it is actually extremely useful for certain enemies, because it's just wham, wham, wham. But still. Oh wow, our spruce. I mean, I understand. It's just, that sucks. Listen, if I could just change the way everyone uses English, then I have done my job properly. You know what, while we're here, I'm gonna change something. Let's do that. There we go. There we go. I don't mind holding down L, except when I'm streaming on the 3DS, which is kind of a little bit different because of the whole cabling situation I got going on. So we're just going to switch to lock on with a toggle rather than a hold down, which is okay. It's an option. We can do that. Sense make I got from my sister. One thing I've noticed a lot of, and Zolo could probably talk about this more than me, is language tends to just kind of osmose between people over time. Like, there's several things that my sister and I both say that I'm not sure which one of us started. It's just, we now say that, right? Like, it's just become our language. Sense make is one of those. Another one is the word mrow. M-R-O-W. You're probably thinking, what does that have to do with anything? My sister and I, I've said this before, we can actually have entire conversations based entirely around that word. Just using different tones and intonation to indicate what we're asking. Rather than saying, hey, what do you think of this particular thing in this circumstance, and does this work for you? We just say, well, and they get it. And by they, I mean the other person. And I'm not even making a, what was that stupid cop movie reference? What is that stupid cop movie? I can't think of the name of it right now. No, it's not Mall Cop, I don't think. Super Troopers, that's it. That's the one. Anyways, Kid Icarus, so... Gosh, we only have 2 Kid Icarus games, don't we? There's the original NES one, which... God, I haven't played that in a long time. And then we've got the 3DS one, which I think I own. But if I do, I'm not sure where it is. What's the third one? Okay. Hang on, let's look at our map for a second. We gotta actually do that, too. So we got that, and we got that. Yep, okay. Let's go ahead and head back to the main hall, then. Original Game Boy? Wow, I didn't know that. I wonder how much copies of that are going for right now. Well, if you want to add it to the NES Kid Icarus, I own that. It's right there. So, that I'm totally cool with. Anything else, and I'll put it in the maybe pile. Because, you know, I'd have to get a hold of a copy. So, I'm not saying I'm evil or anything. But am I the only person who finds a lot of music that's intended to be, you know, creepy or horrifying to be relaxing? Like, is that just me? Here. Rather than just saying that, why don't I give you examples? Pull up my music thing here while I'm going back to the central area. I mean, the song that's playing right now is an example of that. This is on my sleep playlist. Other side? There it is. Oh, wrong thing. Uh-oh. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. I just hit a wrong thing there. That scared me. Here, so... To use an example, let me just pull up my sleep playlist right now. God, that scared me. I wouldn't have lost too much progress, I guess, but jeez. So, for example... This is from World of Warcraft. It's the song that plays when you're dead. Guile's theme? No, Guile's theme doesn't go with anything. Another example, if you give me a moment here. Speaking of Guile's theme. Yep, the end of the world. Kingdom Hearts 1. I like a lot of Kingdom Hearts music, and End of the World has always been towards the top of my favorite songs in that whole franchise. Love this song. The previous one was also from World of Warcraft. I guess there's no fire here, which means I'm gonna have to get up there. Let's see. Here's another one. I don't know who owns the rights to distribute it, Kitsune aka the people who will copyright you if you play it. Well, yes and no, Hazardous, but yes is the answer to your question. I actually have 3 separate sleep playlists. Alright, real quick, and then I'll go back to the game's music. I want to see if anybody can even recognize this song. And, like, if you can even recognize the game it's from, I will be supremely impressed. It's a game I like so much that when I was doing my stream of it, I actually played an entire game of it. Yep, Master of Orion 2, you're right. I can't believe you got that. I did a whole stream of that game just because it's that good. Love that game. Also, I can blaze through it very quickly, which probably adds to my enjoyment. Alright, so that was the last one, and I meant it. Let's go ahead and pause that, put this back up. Alright, why is this not triggering? Do I need to be up? I would actually agree with that Azra file. In fact, I would even agree that sound design is up here too. Thank you, that Rift person, very much. I always appreciate those bits. Thank you. If you know where you want to put those, please let me know, and I will jot it down. And pull it up right here. Yeah, I enjoyed Halo well enough, but man, that music. Real Mist, you got it. Honestly, the recent Master of Orion, which I guess is technically Master of Orion 4, was actually surprisingly good. Like, I was surprised? I hate to keep using that word. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. Okay, so I see it. I don't think I can make that happen, though. Let's try over here. Well, it's better than most Space 4X games I've played, so make of that what you will. Yeah, we don't have a page for that. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of a remake of Moo, too. It was just good. Hang on, someone asked for the Morrowind Test. Here, I'll go and do the Morrowind Test really quick. There we go. I hated Moo 3, but I also never finished a game of it because of how much I despised it. Make of that what you will. I do not. I did play Rift. Not Rift. I played Myst, excuse me, when it came out. And I remember being blown away by, like, you know, just the general story presentation, voice acting, and all that. And I remember being incredibly frustrated by it because of the, you know, trying to find the right pixel to click. And those are the two memories I have most distinctly of it. Whoops, wrong way. What was bad about it? Oh, geez. I don't want to cheat and say everything, but... Okay. 4X games, right? I'm actually pretty critical when it comes to strategy games in general, mostly because strategy games are one of my, you know, wheelhouse games, or wheelhouse genres. And strategy is a pretty big genre, too, I'll admit. It's an over-genre, an umbrella genre. But when it comes to 4X games in particular, there are two things that are critical. There's another thing that's important, but there are two things that are mandatory. The interface has to be good, and the controls have to be good. You need to have a good at-a-glance. You need to be able to tell what you're doing, why things are happening the way they're happening. You need information. Moo 3's at-a-glance, Moo 3's visual presentation was awful. Understanding what was going on, where and how and why was a chore. Also, controlling that game kinda sucked, too. Now, ironically, the other big thing about strategy games, I don't know if Moo 3 has it, because I never played it long enough to do it, and that's the three categories. So any strategy game has three broad categories: early game, mid game, late game, right? Now, most 4X games have good early game. It's a big deal, and most of them spend most of their design time around early game. A lot of strategy games fall apart in the mid-game. In fact, most strategy games have a pretty weak mid-game. Then they try to put more design philosophy into the late game, because that's when, you know, that's when the game really starts to go. Some of the bad 4Xs, mostly the older 4Xs, really have trouble with late game because at a certain point it just becomes one boring, unending slog, right? Yeah, no, exactly, Jerome Defeat. This is exactly why that kind of thing happens. So, early game is almost always good. In just about every 4X game, early game is good. And Moo 3 had that too. I don't know if Moo 3 had a decent mid-game. I have no idea if Moo 3 has a good late game. I do know that James Hogan is awesome. Thank you, James Hogan. You are awesome. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Now, the problem is, designing around mid-game is the hardest thing to do in a 4X game, by far. Because you can't do normal stuff to design around mid-game. That's why most of them get it wrong. What you have to do is design other mechanics that happen to coincide with other mechanics right about the time when you're, you know, getting decently into the game. So, adding options to customize your cities or your terrain, or adding events to throw things into the mix, or trying to change the very way in which you're playing. Humankind tried to do this with changing your culture each time you advance a civilization. Stuff like that is how you mess up the, or how you vary up the mid game. Excuse me. Exactly, Walker. You want the mechanics to complement each other, so that the early game, because let me walk this back a bit. Designing a good mid game is designing a good early game. You design a really good early game with good layered mechanics. You're only going to be poking at one or two of these at a time, but that's okay because they're good and well developed. And thus they will naturally build up when you get to the mid game. So you've got an engaging mid game. Late game is much harder to design for and is a completely separate bag, but yeah, anyways. Thank you, Azrael, very much. I assume you also want that to go towards Kid Icarus. Stellaris does late game quite well, but mostly because it specifically has events and circumstances and mechanics entirely designed around late game. I mean, the entire idea of the War in Heaven and the Crises thing is specifically late game content. It's there. Like, it can't even trigger until a certain number of years have passed. I'm actually looking forward to playing Humankind. I have not done so yet, though. So, I think Cloudpunk got finest. I'm actually double-checking really quick. Yeah, I saw that Von Falkenstein. I haven't played since that patch has gone in, but I have seen that they did that. Let's see. Like, to continue talking about this, let's use Europa Universalis 4 as an example here. Europa Universalis 4 is a great game that I love, but its early game is extremely engaging, especially depending on who you pick. Its mid-game can be engaging because of the mechanics thing we talked about. Its late game is boring as sin, because there is no late game. I'm looking for Cloudpunk. Okay, looks like Cloudpunk has not been funded, so I'll put that towards Cloudpunk. Interesting, TSB. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's good, but it sounds like it's at least not as bad as it sometimes is, you know? Like, let me use the example of boring late game. Civilization 2. I love Civ 2, don't mistake me. It's pretty much what got me into 4X games. But, my god, that late game is dull. Dull as dishwater. Well, you see, Loner, nukes weren't really interesting in Civ 2. Not really. Where the hell was I? This way, this way. Wasn't it CK2 that started the Crisis concept for Paradox? With, what do they call it? The Dawn Invasion or whatever it is? No, Azrael. So strategy, like I said, it's an umbrella genre. It's like saying RPG, right? That's a huge, huge quantity and a huge variety of different types of games. So the games I'm talking about specifically are either 4X games or they are grand strategy. There's a bit of a distinction between the two. A 4X game is where you are controlling an entire civilization at the highest level. You are in charge of production, manufacturing, research, policies, deployment. You control the troops, and where that goes, you actually manage the wars. You decide what weapons they have, what equipment, what things, all that kind of stuff, right? Grand strategy is a bit different. Grand strategy is more focused on politics, for lack of a better way to put it. you don't really run a war in a grand strategy game. What you do is you send 100,000 troops with a good general after the enemy and say, go. There are ways to micro, but not really, right? Stellaris is kind of in between the two, because Stellaris has a heavy politics focus, but it also is effectively a 4X game. But yeah, that's a good way to put that, Dr. Winter. Grand strategy is far more focused on administration. CK3 is probably a much more typical example of a grand strategy game than EU4, which is kind of its own thing. Managing your court, managing who is in charge of what and where, making sure that you're keeping good diplomatic relations with people, trying to make sure that you marry off your son to this person, to make sure that you have a line on their kingdom, so that when they die, you have a strong claim, and you can press that claim to declare war and accidentally get captured by the thing because you didn't hear it coming. Stuff like that. Pathfinder Kingmaker was not a strategy game at all. No. Pathfinder Kingmaker is an RPG. Total War is an RTS with the trappings of 4X Lite, is actually the better way to put that. Now, that varies from game to game a little bit, but that's the long and the short of it, is they kind of dip in and out of having 4X elements, but really, Total War is focused on the RTS side of things. For those of you not aware, RTS refers to real-time strategy, aka the specifics of fighting a battle live with the actual troops in the field. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off so I can get my ears back, because I've been caught by one of these things twice because I didn't hear them coming. So, even RTS has a lot of different subcategories, too. Usually that boils down to two major categories. How many troops you're controlling, and how much of the infrastructure you're controlling. So some RTS games, you have absolutely no control of your infrastructure. Here's your units, go do stuff, right? So you don't build bases, you don't gather resources, you have your troops, that's what you do, right? Myst is actually a pretty good example of that. Or Myth, excuse me, I always get that name wrong. Myth is a good example of that. Some RTSs, most RTSs, you have control over the resources and infrastructure. That would, again, be like StarCraft or Warcraft. You have a base, which you have to build, you have resources, which you have to gather, etc., etc. Sorry, I get Myst and Myth's names confused because one's called Myst and one's called Myth. Anyways. So, what do you want from me? I'm only human, technically. Then we have the scale. That's the other axis. So whether or not you control just troops or infrastructure is the one category. And the other category is how much. So sometimes you control just a squad. Sometimes you control an army. Sometimes you control an absolutely gargantuan army. Like, someone mentioned Total War. Of course, those tend to be large, large battles between huge swaths of enemies where, for the most part, your unit is actually like 50 people in formation. Supreme Commander or Total Annihilation usually involves battles with 50 to 100 units at a time. StarCraft usually is something far more focused downwards. That's more of a squad-based thing. And so forth and so on. Okay, so this is a key door, and I don't have a key. What am I missing? Agreed, TSB. Stellaris tried to drift into that by having governors. No, you can see on the bottom screen there. I'm actually at 0 right now on Falkenstein. Yeah, then there's HOM. Heroes of Might and Magic. Yeah, Homeworld is supposed to be medium-sized. You're only supposed to have a relatively small fleet. You can make it pretty big if you want to. Yeah. But yeah, so you mentioned Final Fantasy Tactics. Obviously, that is an RPG primarily, but there's actually a term for that kind of XCOM-y sort of thing. Turn-based, grid-based tactical. That's what that's called. So you play XCOM or Final Fantasy Tactics or Pokemon Conquest. All of those are in the same general category of turn-based, grid-based tactical games. And that's its own thing. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to find that. But is that even here? And there's nothing up there. Yeah, there's actually quite a few turn-based, grid-based tactical games. What's funny is most of them suck, as I've discovered to my dismay, because I love that genre. Making a good turn-based, grid-based tactical game is actually harder than it sounds. Because you not only have to make it engaging, you have to do a whole lot with what you can do. XCOM 2 manages so much so well that it works, and I absolutely love the hell out of the game. What, Navi? Yep, that's great. Thanks. Age of Wonders is actually kind of both. Yeah, Age of Wonders is a 4X game, which has a turn-based, grid-based tactical element to it, which I rather enjoyed when we got to Planetfall. Which is the only one we've played on camera. Ugh, never actually played Xenonauts, excuse me. I think I own it. Whoops. Well, that's interesting. Whatever. Whoop. Like 500 something Spartan, I think. Yeah, then there's games that are focused more on the economic side of things, like Victoria. Hopefully Victoria 3 will be... I've actually been reading up on the Victoria 3 stuff. It looks pretty good. A decent tactics game on mobile. No. And I say that way because... Yeah. There's actually a huge number of tactics games on mobile. They all suck. Like, all of them sucks. Just every single one of them. We'll be playing the DLC, Dr. Winter. Like, just, oh my god, these are discouragingly terabad games. Do not play. It's the nicest thing I can say about it. Yeah, just exactly Goofy Movie. The best tactical game on mobile is to install an emulator on it. Which I haven't done yet. I keep thinking about doing that. But then I remember, I have no time to do that. So then I quit that idea. Alright, so hang on. I happen to really like... that's what I thought. I happen to really like the kinds of games where your management sims is what I call them. I think there's actually a different term for it. You know, Theme Hospital, or running your own roller coaster park. Sim City, you know. I tend to like that kind of stuff. Yes. Well, Stardew Valley is a little bit different, although I do love Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, like Roller Coaster Tycoon, or Sim Tower, yeah, stuff like that. Ah, what's that? Those things hit hard. I bet you money that's a key, a small key right there. Excuse me. Aha! Not actually what I wanted, but yay. That's what I wanted. Well, I'm hoping it doesn't have the blur problem, Azrael, because the octo blur problem is real, and is something I absolutely despise. But ignoring the blur, I like it. I am very, very anti-octo blur, and I am unapologetic in that statement. So, there's a video game called Octopath Traveler, Azrael. It's done in almost an identical art style to the Dragon Quest III remake. And I despise it because of the blur. The octo blur is what I call it. I've shown it off on camera, but it's not just bad looking in my opinion, because I hate depth of field in general. It also literally gives me a headache. And we do not have the Scarecrow song yet. No, I don't know if we need it in the Master Quest. We might. Can I? I cannot, so we'll have to do it this way. Let's grab some hearts. Rip some hearts out of some spiders. That's how I heal at the end of my day. Yeah, it's very lazy, badly made blur. The worst part is it's completely, like, because the fact that that game is made in the I forget what it's called engine, it's literally just a toggle. On the PC version, you can just turn it off completely, and it looks so much better. It's weird. Ah, I see where I am. Okay, let's go. I don't think I've ever played Sacrifice. Alright, so now that we've done all of that nonsense, where am I? Where am I? We're going this way. Unreal, thank you. I knew it was one of the basic engines, of which is like 2 at this point. Listen, I only have so many hundreds of thousands of hours a day to do random tasks, loader. Listen, Kira White Noise, every now and again we just need to murder the author, okay? Because they put up Octoblur. They would have lived. What would it be, that Rift person? I'm not even sure off the top of my head. I recorded that stuff over a year ago. As is probably obvious from the differing set and camera and everything. Ah, Doomsday Machine. That is an interesting one to discuss, to be assured. I hope you will find the rumination on it satisfactory. I will say this, going back through TOS was interesting. I don't know how to describe this, but the good episodes are not just good, they're... grounded, I think is the word I want to use. I know that sounds so strange, but when you look at the really good TOS episodes, they're more believable than, say, a lot of the early TNG stuff. Specifically early TNG. You know, when they were still figuring out what the hell they were doing. Come on. There we go. Like, going through... I know Doomsday Machine is a weird example of that, but really, it is actually a good example of that. It's really simple. There's a giant death machine over there. It's just a robot. It's a Roomba. Let's be honest. It's just a Roomba. But it happens to be a Roomba that can destroy an entire planet in order to refill itself. So... we got problems, yo. And the whole time we've got to deal with this guy who had to deal with watching his crew get destroyed by this thing. Can you even imagine what that would be like? No. Camera. Thank you. A little bit more. There we go. I mean, Charlie's pretty creepy. And must die. Or, I mean... if it's okay, he gets a fate worse than death at the end of the episode. No, seriously, if you think about it. He gets a fate worse than death. Matt Decker, who is an awesome character, played by an awesome actor, by the way, gets a better fate than Charlie X. How's that for a weird thought for the day? Pretty sure I'm going up here. Oh, that's because I... okay. So this room's fun. One of my personal favorite rooms here. Boom. It's okay. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Navi. Are you gonna fall on me here? No? Okay. Thanks. Thanks, game. It's the old-fashioned way, then. Screw it. Thanks, Navi. Thanks for telling me that the giant crusher machine was about to crush me to death. Appreciate it. I am, in fact, using KitKat, yes. That's interesting. I was going to use SnickerStream, but SnickerStream wasn't working, so we quit that. Also, SnickerStream didn't have the memory patch for Ocarina, which is important. Ocarina is one of 2 games on the 3DS you can't stream normally. Go figure. We shouldn't have that issue with Majora's, though, so... Alright, so I need to, like, drop down. Just drop down. Yeah, 3DS streaming is just such a colossal pain. One of the biggest reasons why I want a 3DS port, a 3DS slot on the Switch, is just so I could hook an HDMI cable up to my Switch and stream the 3DS. That would be such a lifesaver to me. Oh my god. But no. I can't get back up, can I? Nope. Well, that sucks. What does not suck is getting a sub from Jonathan Freeloader. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Jonathan Freeloader, as always. If you happen to know where you want to put that one, please let me know. And I am going to take my latest round of Please Make My Throat Stop Dying. Ugh. You know, it's not like I want it to taste like candy. But does it have to taste so terrible? Like, is that something that's mandatory? Is there someone in an office somewhere who's like, okay, we've got this medicine, and it cures cancer, but can we add, like, just bits of vomit in there? What? Yeah, I want to put human bile into the recipe. Why? Well, it's medicine. If it doesn't taste bad, people will be suspicious of it. And they'll never buy it. Oh, that's a good point. Alright, yeah, okay. We'll make it taste absolutely terrible. I mean, it could be an anti-child thing, but then you have child medicine, which tastes like candy. So... question mark? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. Thank you for the bits again, Azrathil. I will put those under the Kid Icarus pile. Have a good night, Walker. Take care of yourself. I mean, isn't that just by design? They make something that's easy to bypass for anybody except for you. That's just the password system, right? Alright, 36-5, capital R 31 is the password. Who's gonna remember that? So then you put it on a post-it note, and then they yell at you for it. Damn it! I did all the requirements. What's not complete? Okay, fine, whatever. Don't you dare, Navi. Okay, thank you. Poached eggs. I love poached eggs. Hang on. Let me go to Google here for a second. Poached eggs. Let's see here. Oh. I mean, poached eggs are okay, I guess. I mean, I like eggs in general. People often ask, how do you prepare your eggs in the morning? I don't really have a set method. I just cook my eggs. And however they show up is fine for me, you know? I like eggs. I'm good with eggs. Seriously, I really wish back when I was, you know, in my college years and struggling to do anything because of how poor and pathetic I was, I wish I'd discovered the miracle that was eggs back then. How many attempts do you think this is going to take me? Ooh, That's an interesting one, too. And meanwhile, Jonathan Freeloader is just trying his best to, well, get me killed, I guess. Dude, I'm just saying, if I could have fresh vegetables and fresh fruit and eggs and meat and dessert every day, I'm not asking for much. XCOM 2, you got it. Let me go ahead and make her vanish. Make her dash at me, which will make her unvanish, and then we'll do a swinging attack. And then we'll back off. And we'll say thank you very much for all those subs. Oh, oh. Always appreciate. Muchly. Thank you. And I'll put all of those towards XCOM 2. I need to get more water. Just noticed. There's actually like 7, I think, XCOM games at this point. But honestly, only 2 I've ever really gotten into. Enemy Unknown and 2. The 2 that are on the list. I'm not saying the old ones are bad, I'm just saying I never got into them. Distinction. Of course we do, I drink from a ham. For more information, please watch the Ocarina of Time lore run, which this is not. I have not done my research to brush up on some of the specific details here. So, the Forest Temple, like most of these temples, is related to the background lore of the area it's in. That's the simplest and easiest way to put that. You know, we've got the Sand Temple, or excuse me, the Spirit Temple, which is actually part of an actual temple which was used to worship the Desert Goddess, which may or may not be one of the 3 goddesses, excuse me, one of the 4 goddesses. We've got the Shadow Temple, which is part of the horrific graveyard of the dead. Either the dead of Hyrule's own, or the dead of the many Hyrule slew during the Great Civil War that happened like 7 years ago. It's just before Ocarina of Time. And so forth and so on. I'm not going to go down the whole list, but the point is, this place is in the Lost Woods. A place where the only ones who can exist here with any level of peaceful existence are the Kokiri, and they can only do so by virtue of having guardian spirits which watch over them 24/7. This place is kind of a hellscape if you think about it. Ignoring the obvious creatures and monsters that roam throughout the woods rampantly, there's also the fact that this is a place where you are cursed to become the living dead, right? Enter the Forest Temple. Now, there's 2 possibilities here for the Forest Temple. One is this is a place that has, you know, used to be just a home or a sanctuary or whatever, which was corrupted over time, which tends to follow the trend of several of these. But I like another perspective on this. I like to think that this was a resting place for the dead. That this was the place where the dead would go deliberately. A dragon graveyard kind of a thing, for lack of a better way to put it. And so the dead would congregate here and just kind of exist and, you know, live out their lives such as it is. And then Ganondorf comes along and, well, that's the end of that, right? Really quick thank you, Dr. Winter, for the bits. I will jot those down to the XCOM 2 pile, along with Jonathan Freeloader stuff here, which is this much. And then we got Dr. Winter. And then we have Zach Taft, which I did get. And I'll split that up between Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 and Clone Wars Season 7. You got it. And thank you for watching my show, Zach Taft. I do appreciate it. believe it or not. Do I think Link lived here until Twilight Princess? No, I'm pretty firmly in the he married Malon and settled down and had a family. And so I was talking earlier about how whether or not Link in Twilight, the old Link, the ancestor Link in Twilight Princess, is a heroic figure or a tragic figure is depending on your opinion. In my opinion, he is a heroic figure. I like the idea that he is there because he has endured all this time, right? He could be is easily seen as a tragic figure. You know, his life is unfinished, you know, yada, yada, yada. But I like to think the other way. I'm a weirdo. So I think he lived a decent life. It's just when it was time for him to die, he more or less literally couldn't move on. There you go. Or that. Try that again. Come on. There we go. Nope, nope. That one. In other words, I think he might have ended up here after he died. But I don't think he lived here. In my opinion. Damn it. Come on, game. Target the one I'm targeting. Or don't. That's cool. I'll just take the damage then. All on purpose. I don't know if I'd say the correct couple, but it's the most likely one, I'd say, given the evidence. Oh, for God's sakes. Fine, I'll do it this way. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's bad. Run out of the way. Oh, jeez. Okay, no more L targeting. We're just going to do this manually. That one. Okay. Ahem. See you around, Darth Pandora. Have some good dinner. I gotta see who just donated. And then I gotta get a drink. I took up my headphones like 5 minutes ago. Go get a drink. Where the heck is my donation page? It's gone. It's actually funny. Oh, there it is. Duh. Ilya, Richard, in Twilight Princess. It's from I Drink From a Ham, who says, listen, you suck, and I don't understand why you're so terrible. Well, it's very simple, I Drink From a Ham. I'm so terrible because I have yet to succeed. I try, but I failed repeatedly. And that's the problem right there, is the failure part. Now, admittedly, if I ever succeed, it'll be fine, because the difference between a master and an amateur is a master has failed way more than an amateur has. But I haven't gotten to the success part yet. That's the part I'm still stumbling over. How many... we only have one. One should be sufficient. Let's go and do it. Either way, thank you very much. And if you happen to know where you want to put those $5, please let me know. Try to pop my back really quick. Oh, there we go. I've had to come up with a new pattern for popping my back without having to use something external. I have to, like, brace my arms in a really specific way and pull my shoulders down in order to do it. It works, though. Oh, tons, Richard. Tons and tons. Damn it, Savacom. No! Mark of the Ninja, you got it. Is that one still being funded? Let me check that really quick. I feel like one of those got funded recently, but it might not be that one. Nope, it is not. It's nowhere near funded. Okay, well, okay. It's not the one I was thinking of, then. The Gamester. LP, towards Republic Commando, and Dr. Winter. And you didn't say what you want to put it towards, which means I get to choose. Thank you, Gamester LP, very much, as always. And thank you, Dr. Winter, for the bits. Much appreciated. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. I've actually played Darkest Dungeon on camera. It was still in early access at the time. We died a lot. And thank you, Untier, very much for that sub. I do always appreciate those. Thank you. If you happen to know where you'd like to put that, please let me know. Yeah, it's so whenever we play games like those, we tend to name the characters after viewers. Everyone died. Just everybody died. All the death. It's like, alright, I drink from a ham, and you're dead. Well. I'm sorry, what was the question, Azrael? Should probably actually take a drink. I've got a fresh water here. That? Oh. I must have missed that question. I'm sorry. So, if I could forget everything about a specific game and play it for the first time, which one would I pick? That's actually a tough question. You got it. Metroid Block it is. And thank you again very much. Yeah, Undertale was actually my first thought there. After that, maybe Super Metroid? No, I take that back. Mario Odyssey is a good pick. Actually, yeah. I think I might go with Mario Odyssey. I would love to go through that whole game again. Yay, an arrow! You can tell this is a randomizer, because... No, I'm just joking. Baldur's Gate 2. Come on. There we go. I tried a randomizer of Ocarina, and then I put it down because it was terrible and I hated it. Alright, how many deaths? To the hardest boss in the game. Oh wait, there's nothing here. Oh, well, I'll just leave. That is a damn good question, Jaron Dauphine. If I was in charge at Nintendo, I would hire the people behind the LTTP randomizer and get that stuff out there in official format. Just done. 100%. I'm going to actually look at my screen here, because I have the hardest time telling which one is the real one. Because I suck. See, it wasn't that one. Nope. Meanwhile, Ganondorf's just playing Call of Duty on the side. Yeah, I still haven't played Bloodstained. I'm gonna play the hell out of it when co-op comes out, I'll tell you that. Oh, wow. I don't think I have an empty bottle. Actually, I might. I'm so not used to doing this without Big Ol' here. I do actually have an empty bottle here, just for you, just for you. Okay, I'm ready. There, just for you. So, story positive for the Horace Temple? Atmosphere, tone, implication? What are we thinking? No, the fishing rod is in Twilight Princess, specifically. I mean, it's getting a gameplay positive. What I want to know is, do we give it a story positive? Horace Temple is one of my favorite temples in the game, so I'm a little biased, but, you know. I mean, honestly, even the Shadow Temple should probably get a story positive if we're being honest with ourselves. Hey, totally not dead, Soraya. How are things? Hope that death wasn't horrible. Oh gosh, Gamester LP. So, what I do... I've been asked this like 4 times today. What I do, I'm on my 3DS, I've got a custom firmware on my 3DS, and custom software which dumps it onto my router. And then I've got software which pulls it from my router, and then that's what you're seeing over here. So if you see it lagging periodically, that's actually literally lag. But it works, and it's pretty much the best option that exists because even emulators aren't great for the 3DS, and my capture card doesn't work anymore because those things just die over time. So, it's this or nothing. Oh, it was a colossal pain to set this up. And I had to have a completely separate 3DS, so I had to buy a separate 3DS just to set up in custom firmware. My actual 3DS is over there. You know, the one that I do non-streaming stuff on. Yeah, streaming over FFmpeg is pretty much what I'm doing. It's just this kind of... And everything's working. Everything's working. Nope, it's not working anymore. Okay, it's working again. And that's pretty much what this feels like. No, I agree, Azrael. The plot of the Zelda games is all pretty... But there's some good story in these games. IMO. Oh, I should mention, the reason I have this cable right here, this is actually my own invention, because everything I just said only captures video. It doesn't capture any audio whatsoever. But this is just really, really basic. This is just a male-to-male audio cable, which goes from the line in on my computer straight to the headphone jack. So what you're hearing is quite literally just the audio from the game. Oh, poor Soraya. Me too, Ross. Probably a little bit too early for them to even accomplish that. Exposition, 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 exposition. I would be surprised if it hasn't audio desynced already. Although it doesn't seem to have. Yeah, no, that's spot on, which is weird. But I'm not going to complain. So, plus to story, Horace Temple. Plus to gameplay, Master Forest Temple. Did I? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Yeah, we're gonna go get Begoron next. Just checking something really quick. Did I already do that? I did. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna give a Doodads Plus to this game. We might give an NPCs Plus, but we're definitely not gonna give a Doodads one, I don't think. All you have to do is think about this game alongside Twilight Princess to really see the difference between Doodad utilization in the two games. No, I don't think we really need to do the mask trading quest. There's not a lot of benefit to it, it's kind of a waste of time, so it's whatever. Yeah, by the way, if you're wondering why I say the war is, like, within the last 7 years, Link's mother was dying, fleeing the war, while Link was already alive. So the war was still raging when Link was born. Think about how recent that is. Me too, Azrael. I can't be the only person who finds the idea of the Great War, the Civil War, it's worth noting, fascinating. In fact, one of the things I theorized about during the Ganondorf trilogy is that the Gerudo were on one side or the other of that Civil War. What's interesting is that both sides are fascinating for their own reasons. So, either the Gerudo were against the Hylians and lost the war, which is why, you know, Ganondorf is kneeling in supplication to the king at the beginning of this game, and why the Gerudo have to resort to banditry. And, you know, they're kind of a fallen civilization. Or they were on the side of the Hylians, and they happened to be part of the victorious team, which is why he's kneeling in supplication, because they're vassal state now, and stuff like that. Like, both sides make sense for different reasons, and both sides imply different things. It's just, there's a lot you could do with that. Okay, so... Where do I start Begoron? I can't remember for the life of me. I can't remember the initial step. Gerudo being the losers makes more sense to me personally. Or maybe it's just it appeals to me more. Wind Waker Ganondorf and his bemoanment of the state of his people and how he coveted the lands of Hylia, it makes sense that they would be opposed to Hylia and try to take over. And lost. Okay, so if we're doing that, I need to do this. I mean, I'd play the hell out of that. But what the hell do I know? I still haven't played all the way through Hyrule Warriors 2, so I don't know how it actually connects to Breath of the Wild yet. Yeah, that would be why... I mean, so we already know that there are long-standing ties between the Hylians, the Gorons, and the Zora. Because the Zora and the Gorons both reference the fact that they have been sworn brothers and blah 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 for some time. So those connections are long-standing. But the Gerudo have only recently sworn fealty. So yeah, it makes more sense that they turned to their friends and allies in order to defeat the Gerudo. Now, what really is an interesting question is, who actually started that war? One of my favorite quotes in this entire game, and I'm going to mangle it, it's the one in the Shadow Temple. Here lies Hyrule's bloody history of violence and greed, or something like that. And every time I see that, I think, what was it exactly that started that war? Because on the one hand, it could be the obvious answer. You know, Ganondorf was like, rah, and then he lost, and that's the end of that. But I think there's some more interesting possibilities there. Ah! Damn it! Well, okay. Let me go to the exact opposite part of the map. Also, most people's favorite song in the game. But we'll listen to this in a minute. No, I couldn't remember where you started. I was just running through all the steps in my head, and I'm like, well, I know this happens after this. I know this happened after this. Where do I get the Kuko from? Because you need the Kuko to take to the guy in the woods. And then you need you get the recipe, and then you go get the mushroom, and then you go back with the actual prescription, and then you fail to save him, and he gives you the saw, and you give that to guy in Gerudo Valley, and blah, 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 blah. But I couldn't remember where you get the Kuko from. God, there's an interesting thought, though, isn't there, Gamester LP? Imagine if, during the war, the Gerudo were winning, but every loss was so much worse for the Gerudo. No ability to replace... Civil War, right? You know, Hyrule was winning because they could take the losses. Because they could keep reinforcing. Hey, Nugo. What's going on? There we go. Put it there for right now. No, I mean, it makes perfect sense, Michael. Don't apologize. Or else. I guess we'll just do this. Well, does anybody in chat think that the Zelda games are RPGs? Real question. No wrong answer. For the record, I also do not think they are RPGs. What? Tarnation. You're welcome. Oh, I've always hated the intro... I don't know if you've ever seen my streams talking about that, Michael, but I hate the demise inclusion into the lore. I think it actively reduces the overall quality of the story. Okay. See you around, TSB. Get some good rest. So what does it make this an RPG? The definition of an RPG is, and I stand by this firmly, you know it when you see it. I am a firm believer in that concept of that definition. Trying to sit down and actually come up with a codified, hard set of rules that defines an RPG is an act of futility. I mean, I never thought these were RPGs, but that's just me. As a kid, I mean. Then again, I know people who think the Final Fantasies aren't RPGs, and I think people who think Oblivion is an RPG, so what the hell do I know? I mean, there are Madden games and Football Manager games which are more RPG than several RPGs I've played, so that's not even like, debatable, really. So it's gonna be to the right, I think. God, where am I? I'm going the wrong way, that's where I am. Honestly, I would actually say Zelda 2 is probably the most RPG we've ever had, and even that I would not qualify as an RPG. It is a Zelda game with a leveling mechanic. There's a difference. I love how he's just shaking. Oh my god! So, time quest number 1. Yeah, exactly. Is GTA an RPG? And the answer is, no, not at all. 3 minutes. This is the easy one. I mean, it's not hard to think of just 3 RPGs that are wildly different from each other. In terms of structure, story, everything. Compare and contrast Dragon Age Origins with Kingdom Hearts with... let's go with... honestly, I'm going to go with Oblivion as the other example there. There you go. 3 RPGs that are all RPGs that are rather different from each other. But that's why I don't even try to define RPGs. You know it when you see it. So, is this an RPG? No. I agree with that, Jiren Dauphine. It's probably why RPGs are so popular overall. This way, I think. Where the hell's the potion shop? Why is everything mirrored? No, I need to go back here, don't I? Mayonnaise is absolutely an RPG. Good question. Whoop! Completely screwed that up. But yeah, no, this doesn't even come close to an RPG for me. That's not even a question for me. What kind of insane madness could you possibly say? Oh, Jesus, okay. I don't know how to get here with the mirroring. It's literally throwing me. So I'm just going to look this up super quick. Give me a minute, because I don't feel like doing that run again. It doesn't say how to frickin' reach her. You gotta be kidding me. And now we've started a definitions debate in chat. Definitions debates. You know what's funny? Definitions don't matter at all except when they do. No, seriously. Because sometimes definitions really, really matter. Usually with more technical stuff, or technology, you know. You need to know exactly what kind of a what works with what and where for certain kinds of definitions. Oh, you've got to be freaking kidding me with this crap. I'm gonna... whatever. Okay, fine. Oh, it's actually going to restart me. Okay, that's cool. Take 2. By the actual technical definition of the D&D rulebook, I suppose I would be lawful good. I will admit, this doesn't bother me that much, but I've always kind of raised an eyebrow a little bit at the genre action-adventure. Because, for the most part, the term action-adventure refers to, we don't know what to call this. It's the catch-all, right? It's the miscellaneous genre. I don't remember Fuzzy Duck. I wasn't expecting it, but I don't know. I usually don't fail that first one. I was having trouble getting to the potion shop. Well, so the way that works is by the technical definition in the book, whether you are lawful, neutral, or chaotic is whether or not you care about being organized or whether you care about being against systems. If you do not care one way or the other, you are neutral. If you are anti-systems, you are chaotic. If you are pro-systems, you are lawful. I am definitely pro-systems. I am lawful. Whether you are good, neutral, or evil depends on the exact same thing on the different axis. Whether or not you care about being good, being evil, or have no particular preference either way. I prefer to be good. I want to be good. I am lawful good. That one. Daytime. No music though. We showed up too early for music. See you around, I drink from a ham, except you won't be able to hear this. Which means I can say all kinds of evil things about you. So I was thinking about it. If you have like a ham cup, could you put like something in there and would it taste like ham? Like, is that how that works? And if so, what would you want to taste like ham? Like, what kind of drink would you want to be flavored with ham flavoring? Oh, right. Ham juice? Ugh. What's the difference between neutral evil and chaotic evil? Well, again, going by the written definition of the books, someone who is neutral evil does not care about how they commit evil. All they care about is committing evil. Someone who is chaotic evil is anti-system, so they will be trying to break down systems and not be organized by the method which they produce evil. That's the difference. And everything goes dark for some reason. Wine might work. That's actually a good idea. Rum? I mean, I hate rum, but... They say there's no medicine that can cure a fool. One of the things I like about the Zelda games is they have really good random quotes, usually from random NPCs. Just nobody significant. There's just this one NPC who says something cool. One of my favorite quotes in Link to the Past is actually from a completely optional NPC in the Dark World, when you're on your way to Palace of Darkness. For the record, that quote is, until that day I remain here, a fool in the form of a tree, doomed forever to this dark world. And something about that's just always stuck with me. So, for example, let's use Deep Space Nine here, right? So, Odo, he's lawful neutral. He doesn't really have a big focus on good or evil. He just cares about doing things orderly and systemically. He is very organized, he is very patterned, and he very much wants things to go in a specific way. Odo is definitely lawful neutral. Gul Dukat is neutral evil, because he doesn't actually care whether he goes for or against a system. He is completely focused on the act of evil itself. Garak is neutral. He doesn't care about doing good or evil, doing things orderly or chaotically. All he cares about is whatever he cares about, and has no preferences one way or the other. Cisco is actually lawful good, which is funny when you think about it, but he is. Kira is chaotic good. Like, she is actively anti-systemic. It's part of her character arc, because she drifts out of chaotic good over the course of the show. Judge Dredd would be another good example of lawful neutral, yes. Get some good rest, Azrael. Even though you sent that to the wrong person. Much appreciate the bits, as always. Thank you. Kai Wynn, yeah. Kai Wynn is a perfect example of lawful evil. She is very much in favor of doing things in a very specific way and moving through the system. That's her wheelhouse. But she is definitely on the evil axis of that. And Valerian just left with my bit. Thanks, Valerian. Thanks. Appreciate that. Nah, listen to Cisco talk about Starfleet and the uniform and the ideals. No, Cisco is totally on the lawful side of that. Absolutely. Which is funny, because Picard and Kirk are both also lawful good, just in different expressions of it. Quark? Quark is true neutral. Gotta think about that for a second. So, that guy turned into a Stalfos. That's not horrifying. For example, Rom. Rom is neutral good. Nog is lawful good. But Quark is true neutral. Quark will do whatever for whatever reason. Rom is also a spider who can go to hell, but that's neither here nor there. I agree completely with that Rift person. Part of the point I'm making here is the alignment discussion is fun to have, but ultimately it's even the alignment, even the 1 out of 9 thing, is a gargantuanly broad category if you think about it. The mere fact that we can lump together people like Picard and Cisco, who are very different people, into the same alignment says all it needs to, I think. Kirk is definitely lawful good. Very organized, very through the system. Quoted many times as being a soldier. He is the captain, and in many senses of the word. Barkley would probably be chaotic good. Archer's tricky. So if we presume the Archer that's actually written well, which we kind of have to do, because early Archer is, let's be honest with ourselves, lawful evil. But let's go ahead and think about Archer when he's actually written properly. I actually disagree. I would say Archer is neutral good later on. Janeway is inconsistent and therefore difficult to discuss because she's inconsistent. So. That's a good point, Ben-Hur. Oh my god, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Now, I disagree completely with that, because that's not what that boils down to, but still. Hey dude, I got your thing. Your son's turbo dead. You got the second best weapon in the game. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Janeway in the Void specifically? honestly, lawful good. It's Starfleet captains are just going to lean towards lawful good. That's kind of how that is. Can I do this right now? I think I can, actually. Yeah, she's literally creating a mini federation, trying to better the people around. Yeah, lawful good, like to a T. In the void, obviously. Sometimes she's anti-system, sometimes she's pro-system, sometimes she doesn't give a damn. Sometimes she's murdering her own crewmates. I mean, it's whatever, right? It's all good, right? It's all good. Murdering crewmates is awesome. McCoy is neutral good. He does not care how good is done. He only cares that good is done. Q depends on which episode. Because Q is written multiple different ways, and there's multiple ways to explain that. I've heard some people theorize that it's literally different Qs each time, and it's just, you know, John Delancey is playing several characters. I tend to lean towards the answer that different writers have different takes on the characters, so that's why we have different takes on them. Oh, 7 is definitely lawful neutral. Pretty much... Oh, geez, I've never fought her without the big Oron, have I? Ooh. Okay, hang on. I need to pay a little bit of attention here. Aw! I got a little too close there. Oh god, this being flipped is really throwing me. Wayun? So, one of the Wayuns is actually lawful good. All the other Wayuns are definitely lawful evil. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I don't want to be here. But the Wayuns are definitely lawful one way or the other. All of them. Oh, geez, a no-hit run. That sounds like fun. Frickin' Stalfos. Ah! Come on. Damn. She actually killed me. Holy crap. I don't know if she could even do that. Jeez Louise. Yeah, then we have Lawful Awful. And Lawful Stupid. And the Chaotic Stupid. And... Oh, she's Lawful Evil. We talked about her earlier. We can also just call her Super Evil. I think it's valid, too. Yeah, Pa Ducat is chaotic stupid. Kreia? Yeah, I'd say Kreia is neutral evil. What, Cyric? They're so happy to be free. What's wrong with that? They're free. And they could just escape despite the guards everywhere. Rex? That's a tough one, actually. Oh yeah, Palpatine is definitely lawful evil. No question on that one. God, it's weird not being able to just destroy these instantly with the Begoron sword. You can absolutely shred these fights with the Begoron. Which I guess is true for most fights in this game, so whatever. Risky, I shouldn't have gone for that. Did it again, because I'm stupid. Oh, God. He's just so happy. Yeah, stupid good is actually a really common alignment in a lot of animes that I've seen. I'm not sure why it's so common. I don't actually enjoy that character archetype myself. I never have. I don't get why it's so popular. It is extremely popular, too. I bet you could think right now off the top of your head, like 5 stupid good characters. Just, bam, just like that. Video games and anime both. It's not exclusive. Okay, so I want to go, because I don't have the long shots. We're going to do this. Nope, it's not long enough. Let's go a little bit further. That's not good. Okay. A little bit further. Shoot. Okay. Well, let's do this one then. Which I think is that one. Hello. Yep, I was right. I haven't done this without tools in a long time. I'm used to going in here fully decked, because it's like the last thing I usually do. Yeah, Goku is pretty much the archetype for stupid good, but there's so many. Some would argue Hildebrand qualifies as stupid good. Don't know if I agree. Oh, wrong way. Uh-oh. Run. Okay, we're good. Dick Gumshoe, yeah, from the Ace Attorney series. Another stupid good. I'm so hungry, pal. Ooh, there. Personal space, lady. Personal space. Remind me to refill my berries after this. By the way, just occurred to me. Oh god, the video died. Okay, hang on. Let's do this. Sorry, Cyric. You don't get to see this happening. Alright, let me test something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so let's just kill that entirely. Let's hope we can reconnect easily, because if we can, we're good. No, of course not. Okay, that sucks. Okay, well, let's keep playing the game. I hope you enjoy the audio, because I know what's required to fix that. And it's going to involve completely resetting the game, which I'm not doing until I finish saving all the carpenters, because I only have one left. So... Whoops! Don't worry, Arspruce, the screen isn't frozen. It's just gone. I got rid of the screen. See, I'm acting like a major corporation. You complained about the screen being frozen. I got rid of the source of the complaint. We're all good here. What? Okay, I think I need to get this one. Is the one I didn't get? There's always one I forget on this one, and I think it's the one I'm about to get here. Maybe. Listen, I'll be in charge of YouTube in no time. That is the Hyperion, a experimental battleship. An experimental battleship? Which, I don't actually remember what the official class is, because I'm stupid. It's a really nice ship, though. I've actually got one. I know you can't see it. Wrong side. It's over here. Right there. Which took forever to get a hold of. And in fact, I ordered it about, oh gosh, year and a half before it was finally delivered. No exaggeration. Well, that sucks. Okay. Well, let's do this. Where the hell's the other one? Yeah, the Blizzard store was like, well, we've updated your shipping date to a year from now. And I'm like, I remembered when the year was up. I actually remembered. I was like, okay, where's my freaking package? And they were like, we've updated it to even further away. And I'm like, okay, am I ever going to get my Hyperion? Because you can't find models of StarCraft stuff. It just doesn't exist. Nobody merchandises StarCraft. Which is funny. You'd think Active Blizzard would merchandise, right? I mean, do you know how much Warcraft stuff there is? My god. Okay, so is this the one I missed? I think this is the one I missed. Yep. It's gonna be up here? No. Down here? Uh-oh. Run! That is true. Nobody likes StarCraft. At least, that's what the sales figures say. Why do you think they canceled StarCraft? Alright, here we go. This is the one I want. Yep. Okay, here we go. Final battle. Let's do this. Should be the last one. Then we'll get the thing. Then we'll have the freedom to... Whoa! Almost get caught immediately. We'll have the freedom to move around. I forget you can arrow spammer. Arrows don't do a lot of damage, but they do damage. So, it's another way you can do that fight. I usually don't remember that, but... Now, I want you to picture a big guy with a giant fro gaily dancing as he jumps out of the jail. I can't do both hands because, you know, I've got to... Yeah, anyways. We have the Gerudo token, so we can now, you know, stop. Okay. Let's go and save. Takamura? Lawful neutral. Easy answer. No, I do not, Loner. Not at all. Okay, so we've saved, so that means we gotta now turn the entire 3DS off. It's gonna stretch for a minute. Johnny Silverhand is chaotic evil. No, really, think about it. He is extremely anti-system, extremely anti-establishment, and all he cares about is either his own selfish desires or hurting others. He is chaotic evil. Yeah, periodically what happens is it loses the internet because that's a memory patch, which just kind of fails periodically. Which is, it's how it is. Okay, so now we've got this, so let's do this. Okay, and then this. There we go. Well written, well performed, and he had a fairly full character arc. But it's not like there's not evil characters we enjoy in fiction, am I right? Okay, so we're back. Sorry about that. We should be good now. Let's just double check. Hey, okay, we're cool. We already did Gol Dukat, but he's neutral evil. I'm going the wrong way. That's a good question, Loader. I think that's depending on how you interact with him, but I'm not sure about that. I don't know how much his character arc changes based on your choices. Now, the specific path we took, absolutely. I think he switched to chaotic good throughout the course of our arc. He stayed chaotic. That didn't shift. But I do think he switched to the chaotic good arc. Okay, so now let's finish getting Begoron. Where is... Right, I wanted to do that, didn't I? Let's do that really quick. Did I mention there's fast travel in this game? Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. I don't know how much the arc changes based on choices. That's what I just said. I literally just... Proof positive that Von Falkenstein does not listen to me. Jack is chaotic neutral. Pretty standard example of that. Dude, flute travel's legit in pretty much every Zelda game. Excuse me. Emmett Selk is a pretty good example of true neutral. I don't remember Rogue well enough to really judge her right now. Rogue is pure evil. There we go. That's what she is. Okay, we've restocked. Let's put that there, and that there for right now. Okay. Let's do this. You know, I just realized I don't know the route well enough while mirrored to do the final timing mission. Like, not quickly, you know? Because you have to do it really quickly. Hang on. In left. Someone write this down. Left. Right. Is this it? I don't think this is it, but hang on. No, this is it. Okay, so left. Oh, that's actually pretty easy. So whatever I just said is the route I need to take. Whoop! We'll just take the hit. I like bombs exploding on my face. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. And then we're gonna go left, I think? Nope, it is the other way. Damn it. This freaking mirrored thing is really throwing me. So it's left, right, and then we need to go, looks like all the way around? Jeez Louise. Yeah, we do. Okay, okay. We can make that happen. I guess since we're actually going here anyways, we should go and do this. Yep, that's nice. Thank you. If I could get a proper remake of any Zelda game, which would I pick? So there's two ways to look at that question. It's a fascinating question. Because there's two types of games that could really use proper remakes. One is a game that really needs it, a game that has aged badly. Zelda 1. The other is a game that's really good, but with additional changes and modifications, it could become even more interesting. Like, you could really stretch out and experiment with it, right? Ocarina. So if I had to choose just one, I'll take Twilight Princess. I know, Twilight Princess is a perfectly good game and is awesome right now, but I really think you could do so much more with Twilight Princess. And I know I could. That being said, if we're to go with the... So that's the second category, obviously, the one where they could just do so much with it. If we're to go with the game that needs a proper remake the most, I would honestly say Zelda 1. I think Zelda 1 has aged the worst, personally. Oh, I'm really hoping that they get some good stuff out of the reverse engineering stuff. That has been just so much work and so much effort, and I'm glad they haven't been shut down yet. Okay, there we go. Well, they eat a whole lot, Sarek. I don't know. What's funny is reverse engineering, in the method that they did it, is actually a legally protected act. Now, I have to stress the way I said that, in the method that they did it, because there's different types of reverse engineering. And, of course, any legal precedent can be challenged. That's how legal stuff works. And that varies from country to country. But, yeah, no, Nintendo is almost assuredly going to respond to that in some way at some point or another. I just hope they hold off long enough for us to get some good stuff out of it. I mean, we already have a pretty good Ocarina randomizer, but think about the stuff we could really pull off. You know? Speaking of which, I'm just going to go ahead and add in, like, anytime any game gets a proper remake from now on, like, if I was to do it, it needs to include several features by default. And one of those is at least consider whether or not that game could or should have a randomizer. So, proper remake of Twilight Princess, randomize that sucker, right? Proper remake of Zelda 1, same thing. The other thing would be New Game Plus, by the way. Yeah, they're wanting to do some nuts things with Ocarina, and I'm all in favor. Well, it sucks to be them, internal system error. By which I mean, I actually value and care about my QA team, and so I would give them the time and support and actually pay attention to the bugs they respond with, and actually try to, you know, answer them and fix them. Because I'm not an idiot. Sylvanas Windrunner is true neutral. Very definitively. Ghost Trick has not gotten a rumination because I have yet to feel healthy enough to do a rumination, to be completely honest. The Elusive Man's alignment is also true neutral. He does not care about how he does what he does. I mean, after he's indoctrinated, who knows, but depends on what the Reaper's alignment is at that point. Udina is lawful asshole. I mean, I'm not actually kidding. I've said this before. Udina is your typical obstinate bureaucrat. It is an archetype. I got the term from Star Trek, but I've seen it in many other things. Samara? Oh, lawful neutral, easy. Well, no, I take that back. Lawful good. Samara's lawful good. She's definitely lawful. There's no arguing that. Yeah, Samara is a typical paladin in more ways than one. For good and for bad. That's why I hesitated on that Assault Unicorn. You notice I kind of changed my mind, too. Like, What, so prioritize one axis? So your lawful good, or your lawful good, to use a crude way to demonstrate it. Garrus feels like he should be chaotic good, since he comes across as renegade, but actually he's not. Garrus is neutral good. Garrus does not care about how good is done, he just cares that good is done. Now, Jack, she's chaotic, and she stays chaotic pretty much the whole way through. But depending on how her arc goes, she starts off as chaotic neutral and can shift one way or the other. Think about what I want to do next. I actually have several options right now. Yeah, let's go do that. The real Morrigan? Neutral good. Samus? Neutral good. Ashley? I would say Ashley is lawful neutral. Caden, I don't know. I've never had him alive, so I have no idea what his character is. Caden is dead because he hit on me. And that's my reason. I'm torn on Thane, because he feels like a true neutral to me. Michael DeSanta, lawful evil. In fact, actually, the trio in GTA 5 is really easy to explain. We have lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil, and it's pretty easy to tell which one's which. Yeah, let's go this way. I mean, don't mistake me. They're great characters and I love them, but no, the power trio are evil. Let's just be very clear about that. Nico's interesting because Nico is. So let's start with this. On the orderly axis, Nico is definitely neutral. On the morality axis, Nico wants to be good, but he isn't. Now, I hesitate to put him in the evil category, but it would also be very easy to do so. Where he actually lands is kind of debatable, but it is either neutral or evil. He is simply not good. Now, that being said, I like to think that he did finally find, you know, his little corner of happiness running that stupid little taxi company with his family. But throughout the course of GTA 4? Excuse me. I don't know about Aria. I'd have to think about that. I'd also have to go the wrong way. It's a very important part of the process. I'd probably say CJ is... I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. I am Lore, hero of the Gorons. Well, shoot. Volvagia. Cool name, boring boss. I mean, I agree, Triaxia. CJ's a doormat, I like that. V depends, yeah. Pretty much no matter what you do, V is probably chaotic. It's part of being a punk. Being a punk is, by definition, being anti-establishment. That's where the term gets its name from. Let's go and switch. Styling now. Oh no, Trevor's chaotic evil, definitely. We can be an ex-corpo who then became a punk. By the time the game actually starts, we are definitely a punk. And therefore chaotic by default, like I said. If you remember, my V was corpo, because I loved that backstory. And we never had sex with what's-her-face. Can't remember her name. Judy, that was her. Yeah, I actually looked it up later, Bregwin. I was wondering if there was like some other option to just kind of help her out or give her some money or do a quest for her. No. Have sex with her and then it's it. You get a weapon. That's the end. Like, that girl needs a hug. You know what I mean? Damn it, Zelda. It'd be like, honestly, to use a direct comparison, it'd be like having sex with Jack the first chance you get. No. Absolutely not. I have played several sim theme park games, absolutely. They're awesome. Ow. My knees. Okay. I didn't need that cartilage anyways. It's all good. Well, that's mean. Let's take away your fire-resistant tunic. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, no, no. Oh my god, that's mean! I mean, I know you could do this dungeon without the fire tunic, but... Jesus! Yes, Nemesis. And there's nothing even here. All that for nothing. You're cute, game. I just had some wild bugs. I will also admit, though, the combat was kind of boring. I mean, it wasn't bad, per se. It was just, after a while, it's like, okay. I enjoyed the stealth gameplay way more than I did just shooting my way through stuff. It's just shooting my way through stuff is so much faster, and deadline, and, you know. Favorite Pixar character? Hang on. Let me look up a list of Pixar films, because I get the late Disney films very confused with them. Because, well, let's be honest, they were literally sharing teams by that point. Let's see here. I'm going to go with either Remy from Ratatouille, Wall-E from Wall-E, or Joy from Inside Out. Take your pick. Monsters, Inc. is a Pixar, yes. He is a cute little bumblebee. I can't do the accent. Okay. I mean, you know me, I love a good stealth game, so that's kind of biased there. Don't mind me, I'm definitely not looking up a walkthrough here. Yeah, funny thing, I don't have the fire spell. Apparently we actually need Din's Fire to progress. Wow. Okay. That... Wow. Alright. Okay. That's cool. I'm cool. Well, let's do this. I did not know that, Nugo. Ha! That's actually kind of cool, Dr. Winter. Although, if you saw my playthrough, you knew I was doing non-lethal the whole time. I was non-lethally shooting people in the face for 50,000 damage. Or whatever ludicrous number we got it up to. We started doing some absolutely stupid amount of damage in that game. Non-lethal. Non-lethal giant blades of death. Non-lethal. It's okay. It's non-lethal. I think at one point we had like a actual rocket launcher, which we were shooting non-lethally at people. The Crippler! Yeah, that's right. That's what we were playing. The Crippler. Who is, of course, lawful crippled. Yeah, we went pretty solidly revolver after a while. I kept trying out different guns to see what I liked. There were a couple shotguns I liked, a couple automatics I liked, but God, revolvers were just awesome. They were fun, too. They were basically mini sniper rifles in terms of gameplay. Yes, silenced sniper rifle revolvers that hit for tens of thousands non-lethally. When we were playing Half-Life, I commented on that too, because the 32, the revolver in Half-Life, is basically a mini sniper rifle in terms of gameplay. I remember that one, Directy. It's okay. They're just asleep. Like my parents. Listen, just because I beat you over the head with a motorcycle doesn't mean you're dead, okay? Okay. So anyways, back to the Fire Temple, which we're probably not finishing today. In fact, actually... You know what? There's no way in hell we're going to finish the dungeon, and I don't want to pause in mid-dungeon, especially with how finicky our setup is. So rather than even messing with that, let's do a bit of a catch-up and a codification on the review, shall we? That sounds like a better use of our time. Alright. how do we feel about the pacing of gameplay? Because this game, so Twilight Princess does the same thing. There's sections where you do non-dungeon, dungeon, non-dungeon, dungeon, and it kind of follows that pattern pretty consistently. Ocarina follows that pattern throughout. Um, it's a little bit different than Twilight's, which is huge swaths of time in between the early dungeons and very brief swaths of time between the later dungeons. What are we thinking? Everyone in chat. We're discussing alignments. Shut up. Okay. See you around, Mr. Red. Yeah, I'm leaning towards a positive. I don't feel like I get bored, you know? I don't feel like it's like, ugh, I can't wait to get to the next dungeon, or, ugh, it's taking too long to get to the next dungeon. You know, I feel like it is a good pace between the two. I'm with it, so let's do it. Other things I was questioning. Hit. So we've got the... God, we got the boomerang, we've got the flash, the stick, seeds, we've got the slingshot, we've got the bow and arrow, we've got the hook shot, and we've got the spells. Hey, Nithrius. We're about to cut off, but we're doing some codifying of positives here. Well, that's mostly true for the Master Quest version, SciCloud. I agree with you. It's just, we're spending more time in the dungeons than we would because I don't know these dungeons. I'm basically doing them for the first time. Oh yeah, bomb chews and bombs. In fact, actually, hang on. Let's pull up our items list here. Because we've also got the different types of arrows. We've got bottles and the stuff we can carry in bottles. Yeah, we're rating the kit. I think it's pretty easy to say that Ocarina deserves at least one positive for kit. I'm not sure it deserves a second one. Most of the kit is fairly basic. Good, but basic, right? I'm leaning towards just one. What are we thinking? My friends make fun of me because I use we a lot, because I'm usually talking to you guys. So I have this habit of saying we when I mean I or me. And so, you know, apparently I am now the queen. Thank you again, the Gamester the Gamester LP, as always. Appreciate it. I put that towards Republic Commando. Thank you. This one enjoys the... I put that under interface, Ross. In fact, I put that under controls. Because I gave a second plus for controls. So, yeah, let's do it. There are other Zelda games that'll probably get multiple pluses for kit. You know, Twilight Princess would probably get multiple pluses for kit. Skyward Sword might. Breath of the Wild would. But this one, I think one is good. Noel, he gets a plus. Thank you, Noel, very much. As always here. Let me pop out of that so you can hear it proper. And I'll put that towards the FF6 Pixel Remaster. Thank you. Enemy variety. So, believe it or not, there's not that much enemy variety in Ocarina. But it's the variety that's there is pretty varied. So what we have is a lot of reskins, but there are some basic attack types. So there's the flying type, there's the projectile type, there's the locks onto you melee type, like the Stalfos, the Lizalfos, the Gerudos. We did give a plus to interface, yes. And then we've got like the body blocking one, with which there's several, you know, just plunk, clunk, clunk, stuff like that. And I feel like I'm missing some. But I'm not sure about the enemy variety plus. It's kind of a weird one on this one. See you around, Dr. Winter. Last time we gave a plus for the mini games, which I stand by. I'm only going to give the 1 plus, but I do think they're varied and I do think they're fun. On this version specifically, I hated the mini games on the N64, but that's not the version we're reviewing. Go figure. Oh, where'd I put it? There we go. Hey, Deathrius, thank you very much, as always. I do always appreciate that. And I will put that towards Felseal Arbiter's Mark. Thank you. Very much. Okay. I put the gyro aiming down. I did. We're not there yet. Minigames. Already gave minigames a plus. What else we got here? We haven't hit that yet. Let's pull this over here. Let's pull something up here really quick. Every dungeon we've done so far has gotten a positive, as it should. I don't think the overworld gets a positive, as we've discussed before. It's just kind of blank. It's neat. You know, at the time it was mind-blowing, but, you know, sand and all that. There we go. What's funny is, even though this is just a remaster, this is a pretty good example of a game that the specific version will change the score substantially. Because we would be giving, instead of positives for controls, we'd be giving negatives for controls. And we would not give the positive for minigames, and we would not give a positive for convenience, quality of life features, and so forth and so on. Let's see here. I mentioned that. There's not really doodads. Dialogue is okay. You know what? I take that back. I actually like the dialogue in this game. I'm going to give a plus to dialogue. I was just mentioning how much I enjoy the different quotes in this game. Especially the snippets that Sheik gives us each time we hit one of the temples. Like the one we just saw, the Temple of Fire. That's some good stuff. Yeah, we gotta move at Navi. Obviously, Link really likes Navi. That's why Majora's Mask happens. We're not giving the doodads positive. We already decided that. We're definitely not giving the humor positive. That's insane. We did give the intro one. That one doesn't apply. I think this game holds up reasonably well, especially the 3DS version specifically. I would say it has a few issues. Obviously, I've given it several negatives. But I think it's a game that can be enjoyed right now by someone who's never played the series before. In fact, this is probably a good entry into Zelda kind of a game. You know, a seminal Zelda game, if you will. Plot is pretty weak, as it always is. There is some world building, but I'm not sure if it really gets credit for that. Well, we might put that under as background lore, because there's some decent background lore to this one. So let's give a background lore positive. I think that's it on story axis for right now. Now, what's funny is I actually really like the drawn-out intro to Twilight Princess. But it should probably be noted that, you know, that's not a good game to start the series on for pretty much that exact reason. I do like a good slow burn, though. I always have. Yeah, okay. So let's give a plus to the animations, because they are indicative of what you need to do, especially on the dual fights. I mean, I loved Twilight Princess's intro, so I'm the wrong person. Of course, I love Twilight Princess in general. Let's see here. Let's look at a few other things really quick here. Hmm. I think the game looks pretty good. Probably, I think we'd probably give just a single positive to graphics for this game. I mean, they look okay, but it's nothing super amazing. What are we thinking, graphics-wise? Well, I imagine what you meant, Cycloud, is the beginning of Twilight Princess is very story-heavy. The gameplay doesn't really get started until, you know, it's like an hour in. Like, we get little snippets of tutorialization, but that's kind of it. It's like narrative tutorial, and that's kind of the intro. Until we get to Hyrule Castle, I'd say. Or at the very least, until we get to the first dungeon. Yeah, the performance is pretty legit. I've never had... I know you see stuttering here, but again, that's literally lag. On the actual 3DS, it's been pretty solid. Very few frame drops. And good FPS, too. That's good. Get the graphics plus. Let's see here. What else we got? Hmm. We'll get to that later, of course. We don't have that. We've already given that. We've already given that. Alright. So here's a question. So we've codified a bunch of positives, and positives are cool. I like positives. I like 21 positives. That's always awesome. No, unfortunately, it is not Nithrius. This is a 3DS locked game, kind of. So there is a Switch version. It's a bad, really badly emulated version of the N64 version on the Switch, which you have to pay extra for. I would not recommend that if you have any other option. It's probably the worst version of the game that exists. But this game, this exact game, Ocarina 3D, is locked on the 3DS. I agree, DirectD. I am amazed they're not porting more Zelda and Mario games to the Switch. I don't know what they're thinking with that. Anyways, so there are three things that bother me about this game, especially the Master Quest version. The double damage, the fact that some of the puzzles are a little bit obtuse in the Master Quest version, even ignoring the fact that this is end game content. The fact of the matter is there's some things that they require you to know that nothing really indicates. Like, there's certain ways that the mechanics interact with each other that you wouldn't know without looking it up. So those two things bother me. And then there's the camera, which, let's be honest, kind of sucks, as it did in all N64 games. So, how many negatives do we divvy that up into? Honestly, I'm fine with giving a full 3 negatives for that, but I'm curious what you guys think. Because the only reason the camera is doable at all is because I am extremely practiced at this game. I know this game well enough to speedrun it. I have sped-run this game. The camera sucks. Yeah, the fact that the double damage is not optional is just weird. The fact that it's mirrored is doubly weird. I really don't get why that's just a thing. Let's put it this way. Mandatory double damage. And I'm going to mention the mirrored thing. I did not give a plus for targeting? May I ask why I would give a plus for targeting? There we go. I mean, I'm right-handed too. Yeah, but what about Z targeting is plus? I usually say sped run, because that sounds as correct as it's going to get. Speed ran? I don't know. Okay, so let's do this. You know what's funny, Sean, is Nintendo has so persistently been inconsistent with their porting forward strategy. Sometimes, previous titles on a new console, absolutely. Other times, nope. And it's not even consistent within a generation, you know? It's just, eh. I mean, how many consoles is Yoshi's Island on? I'm going to spare you the answer to that. It's on 1, maybe 2. I'm not actually sure if it's on 2. I know it's on 1. You know, the SNES. Oh, that's right, there was the GBA port. I forgot about that one. There is Yoshi's Island DS, but that's actually a different game. And it's reportedly really bad. I haven't actually played it, so I don't know. Oh, let's go ahead and make sure we have that there, because we're going to need that. For the record, I've also given 2 positives to music, 1 to story and 1 to gameplay. Because, while the music in this game is good, I don't know if it's too positive-worthy good. But what the music definitely is atmospheric. As I said earlier, every song really helps accentuate the areas you hear them in, right? So. Okay. So we're up to date on this. We're up to date on this. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will go ahead and continue this. And it'll be awesome, and hopefully I won't be coughing half the stream. So, see you around, guys.